All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Environment and Transportation Committee for Wednesday, February 12th. We will start with House Bill 49. It's a departmental from the Department of Environment. We'll bring up the department, Environment, Building Energy Performance Standards, Compliance, and Reporting. Madam Secretary, ready when you are.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman and Vice Chair Boyce and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. It's so good to see all of you today. For the record, I am Serena McElwain, Secretary of Maryland's Department of the Environment, and today I am asking for your favorable with amendments report for House Bill 49. The legislation of the topic today will set us on a clear course to reducing carbon pollution for one of our key sectors, the building sector. And while at the same time, it drives economic growth, energy efficiency means much more than, it's really all about modernizing our buildings, and it's about lowering the energy costs in the future and growing a workforce that specializes in retrofitting and installing clean energy products. As we all know, the building energy performance standards were put into law to reduce emissions from buildings 35,000 square feet or larger, and to make them more energy efficient. And although we have been implementing this program as required under Climate Solutions Now Act, we have had hundreds of conversations with buildings and scientists and experts and communities and advocates. And now that we have adopted the first round of regulations, I think this is now our moment to, particularly based on the feedback that we're getting, it's our moment to start thinking strategically about how do we add flexibility without disrupting the legislators' intent for this program. And we know that industry has a lot of concerns with the implementation of this program. And then on the other hand, we know that there are others who feel like this program should move a lot faster. So through this bill and the proposed amendments, I feel strongly that we are meeting most interested parties halfway. And I do believe that we have addressed fairly and practically a lot of issues that we have heard. I want to take this opportunity to talk about what's really important about this bill. We have heard from building owners that they are looking for essentially more flexibility. And they're also worried about cases when projects for their buildings it's just not going to work in the type of building that they have. And so we've listened, and we're going to help the building industry be a part of this transition. This bill will create several big new flexibilities to address many of the building concerns that we heard. For example, I want to talk about economic feasibility waivers. Building owners can now, if approved, receive waivers if they can just demonstrate that certain equipment upgrades simply will not work. And those upgrades are just, too expensive when they think about the return on investment, all the incentives that are available, the alternative compliance fee. So now there are economic feasibility waivers that they can have an option to use. Also, when you think about timelines, we're giving flexibility now on project timelines. So we recognize that some buildings may have newer systems that they've just installed, and they still have useful life, sometimes into the next decade. And so we understand that. So now owners can request an extension to meeting the standards. All they need to do is formally commit to a plan that says they will meet the 2040 goal. Cost caps. Building owners can now pay a modest alternative compliance payment starting in 2031. And that's instead of investing in energy efficiency projects that are or appear to be, or from their perspective, are much more expensive than just paying the fee. So they can exercise that option as well if they want to. So my agency will carefully verify each building's need for waivers and extensions, and we're going to focus on making sure that we are fair and we're using common sense. We will also provide certified training for professionals who are being asked to prepare the necessary calculations that building owners rely on. And for any alternative compliance payment that we do collect, we are reinvesting that money back into the covered buildings so that we can help with implementing energy efficient and decarbonization projects. In addition, in responding to some really important feedback that we heard from the building owners, some of them have already made investments to reduce emissions. And so we're going to reward those steps. So in this bill, by including provisions that reward on-site renewable energy generation, for example, solar installations, they're now going to count toward energy targets. And finally, to address the industry's concern that a building might have multiple standards that they have to go live by, which could be the state standard as well as the county standard. This bill will allow those buildings to only comply to just one standard. And as long as the city or county has a standard that's stronger than the state standard, then it's just one standard they have to really make sure that they're complying with. I do realize also that there is a lot of, and will be and can be, a lot of upfront costs for industry to meet these standards. And particularly for this industry, the costs are really significant, and I get that, and we all get that. However, I just want to make a point that while those upfront costs are really expensive upfront, we are talking about saving billions of dollars for Marylanders in the long run, and saving energy in the long run, and making our grid stronger. So I always want to just point out that is one of the reasons also why we're doing this. So as we look toward a more sustainable future, we are really urging property owners to take advantage of this opportunity right now and adopt energy efficient systems. It's the right thing to do. A lot of homeowners are doing it right now. Heat pumps are really one of the #1 appliances in Maryland. So a lot of people realize the benefits and the savings that can be realized when we transition in the way that we're talking about today. So in summary, the legislation is not just about reducing emissions. It's a forward-thinking approach that encourages energy efficiency. It's driving economic growth, and it's providing the flexibility for Marylanders for a diverse building stock. I will be happy to answer any questions now that you may have.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Questions for the Secretary? Okay. Wow, you must very thorough testimony, apparently. Okay, great. We will call up a panel of in-person favorable witnesses. Reverend Banks with Interfaith Power and Light, Joe Monger with the Montgomery County Department of Environmental Protection. And that's it for the favorable in-person. Is Reverend Banks here? Just you, sir. Please go ahead when you're ready. Make sure there's a mic in front of you.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the committee. My name is John Monger, and I'm the Director of Montgomery County's Department of Environmental Protection. I'm here today on behalf of Montgomery County's Executive Mark Elrich, who's provided written testimony for today's hearing. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak in strong support of House Bill 49. As the Secretary was saying, ensuring that our buildings are energy efficient is fundamentally important to achieving both the state's climate goals, and it's also important to our climate goals in Montgomery County to eliminate greenhouse gas emissions by 2035. Reducing this pollution associated with the built environment is a cornerstone of our climate strategy, and that's why this issue is so fundamentally important. The state's Building Energy Performance Standards, or BEPS, as it's affectionately known, will encourage reinvestment in our communities in ways that improve buildings for those who live, work, and play in them, support local jobs, foster long-term cost savings, reduce local air pollution, and align with our climate goals. This is a policy we've been working on locally in Montgomery County for the last few years, rooted in the energy benchmarking law that Montgomery County passed in 2014. We've been coordinating very closely with the Maryland Department of the Environment during the development of the BEPS regulations, and I want to thank Secretary McElwain for her leadership and the terrific MDE team for their ongoing work on this important issue. The bottom line, folks, is that we believe the changes in the bill before you provide additional flexibility as well as certainty and potentially financial support to help building owners achieve the goals of this important policy. We support these changes, and we're eager to continue partnering with the state to further improve and implement building energy performance standards. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today. We encourage a favorable report.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. I think maybe Interfaith Power and Light might be on virtually, so I'll give them a chance.
Yes, hi. Hi, Chair Corman and members of the ENT Committee. My name is Maddie Smith, and I'm the full-time Clean Energy Shepherd at Interfaith Power and Light. And I'm here to say that with good support, buildings can comply with building energy performance standards, and that taking stock of energy use builds a foundation for making buildings more efficient and healthier. I know this from personal experience because for the last year, I've worked directly with houses of worship across Montgomery County and in DC, where BEPS are already in place. And I've coached about 50 houses of worship through the process of actually doing their benchmarking and then using that information they measured to go green. The faith sector of buildings is ready and willing to participate, and we invite every other building sector in Maryland to follow our lead. In fact, when the Climate Solutions Now Act was being debated on the floor in 2022, there was a last-minute amendment introduced to exempt houses of worship from BEPS, and our faith communities fought back to insist that we be included. No one is exempt from the responsibility to do our part to address the climate crisis, so no category of building should be exempted from these standards. In the case of multifamily buildings in particular, remember to listen not only to landlords, but to tenants. We're working with colleagues at Action in Montgomery and the Maryland Just Power Alliance, who are helping tenants take stock of the harms of gas burning by measuring nitrogen dioxide levels in their homes. Tenants also understand that in some cases, moisture from their radiators is causing mold, and so electrification would make these apartments dramatically healthier. There's been a lot of discussion about energy use intensity standard, and so I want to end by affirming that our congregations insist that BEPS maintain this strong standard that takes account of EUI, because our communities understand that burning gas indoors in Maryland is damaging. You know, for the owner of a multifamily building that's replacing gas to comply with BEPS, we want to make sure they go towards heat pumps and not resistance heating. Thank
Great.
you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it. We have a number of in-person favorable amendments witnesses. Call up Zachary Blay from Johns Hopkins, Leslie Weber from Johns Hopkins, Rick Bremen from the Atlantic Realty Group, and Don Bochco with Mako. And please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Leslie Ford Weber, Associate Director of Maryland Government Affairs for Johns Hopkins University in Medicine. Mr. Bly is here to answer technical questions, but will not have spoken testimony. You have a copy of Johns Hopkins written testimony, which is requesting 3 amendments to this bill. The first would add hospitals to the list of building types that are exempt from Maryland BEPS. The second would add backup generators and systems to produce steam to the list of building functions that are exempt from requirements to report and reduce emissions, just as the legislature already exempted commercial cooking equipment. And the third would cap the amount of alternative compliance fees charged to the nonprofit community in Maryland. We are requesting these amendments because you directed the MDE to include special provisions or exceptions for important sectors, such as healthcare and research, but they did not. Our amendments request special provisions for both operational and financial reasons. As you know, hospitals in Maryland operate under a capped global budget. There's no ability to pass on the millions of dollars of alternative compliance fees to patients and their insurers, and we believe it is appropriate for the legislature to provide relief to nonprofit organizations. Our requests do not diminish the commitment of Johns Hopkins to the state's climate goals. I want to speak to the significant work underway on our campuses. Johns Hopkins University set its first climate change implementation plan in 2009 and met its goals 3 years early. Last fall, the JHU Climate Action and Sustainability Plan was adopted and will guide the university towards meeting the zero net carbon goal by 2040. Some of the steps towards meeting that goal include fleet electrification, the adoption of a LEED Gold standard for major capital projects, all electric building standards for new construction, and increasing the tree canopy to support this Baltimore City goal. The Johns Hopkins Health System has established its own sustainability committee. They're benchmarking to goals established by peer academic medical centers to ensure that patient safety and fiscal sustainability are considered. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of our requests.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties here for support with amendments on House Bill 49. We just have some general concerns with the legislation. It's not really detailed enough. It's difficult to assess the impact. That being said, we're working with a phenomenal team at MDE. They already have 1 round of amendments. We're still reviewing those. We're very confident that we can work out our technical concerns with them. We urge a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I want to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak today at the hearing and reviewing my written testimony that was submitted. My name is Rick Bremen, and I operate Atlantic Realty Group, which is a small family-owned business that owns and operates over 1,900 apartments in Baltimore City and Baltimore County. I'm also a board member of the Maryland Multi-Housing Association. I want to take a moment to point out what the renter experience would be like should HB 49 pass in its current form. The work involved to meet the EUI standards is intense. Renters may need to move out of their homes in order for the work to occur. Walls will need to be opened up, kitchen cabinets removed, piping removed, ductwork reworked and installed. Many buildings in Maryland have lead paint and asbestos, which will require containment areas with this work. Where do residents go during this process? Maryland already has an affordable housing crisis, and now renters will be forced to move. After the work is complete, our residents will see an increase in rent of about $400 because these unnecessary upgrades are expensive. In turn, our residents will not see a monthly savings on their utility costs, on top of the recent water and sewer increases in Baltimore City. Multifamily housing providers like myself operate on slim margins, and now HB 49 will penalize buildings that do not comply. Incentives will be a better option than collecting a compliance fee, which is essentially a tax. Furthermore, rationing the amount of energy a renter can consume is a health and safety issue. MDE should not be given the authority to determine the ration of energy that a renter can consume. Our renters will need to decide whether they can provide warmth and comfort, or if they can cook a hot meal and have clean clothes to have for work or school. EUI is dangerous to our residents. There's no place in multifamily. What is contemplated in HB 49 is a scheme to manage the energy grid, since Maryland has not put forth policies to ensure there is enough energy for the residents of the state. For these reasons, we respectfully request a favorable report with amendments in my written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Butko, could you just give me like 30 more seconds on what the actual concerns from the Maryland Association of Counties are?
Yeah, so looking at it, the bill is very unclear. There's no energy use intensity targets explicitly stated. There's a reference to a fee, but the fee is not stated. Just going through how we would implement this and what the actual kind of size and scope of what we're going to have to comply with just isn't there. I know the amendments from MDE cover some of that, but not to the full extent.
Great, thank you. Any additional questions? Madam Vice Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bremen?
Bremen,
I'm sorry, Mr. Bremen. Thank you so much. I think in the same way, can the committee hear a little more specifics to your concerns? You mentioned what would happen or what you couldn't do should you have to comply, but I'd like to, one, hear beyond having to move things, another increase of prices. I guess I would like to hear what you can do and what specific amendments are you looking for?
So what we can do is we can replace certain systems that are easy to access and don't require massive changes in the building infrastructure. I think it's commonly known that there's a heavy up requirement of electricity in a lot of buildings in order to put additional electrical appliances in a particular unit that may have relied on gas cooking, gas heating, gas dryers, things of that sort. So you can take pieces of those things and do them relatively easy without having to change out everything. But what is contemplated in EUI does not meet those standards of what those appliances would produce. So you could be in a situation where you could do certain of these things, but the EUI would be much higher than what the standard is, and then still face a compliance fee, even though you've spent $30,000 on a particular unit. So that makes the cost very, very high for an owner, and the payback period just doesn't work to give that resident a rental increase that would justify what you just spent.
Understood. And then I guess the second part of that is it sounds like, are you asking for an exemption or exemptions? I just want to be clear about your.
I think that meeting the EUI target should be just that. It's a target, and you should incentivize owners that hit the target through tax credits. Perhaps property taxes drop down to zero. This is somewhat common today in a lot of jurisdictions where you have certain certifications and there's no property taxes for a 10-year period of time. So if you do more incentives, owners are more likely to do things that way versus a compliance fee. That just adds to the operational cost of operating that property.
Understood. And as you, as the, I guess, the Atlantic Realty Group either potentially builds or acquires other buildings, do they make an effort to make those switches then and there?
Absolutely. If we were to acquire a building, we would certainly be looking for efficiencies. And if we could take advantage of certain incentives to pay for those efficiencies, we would do that. And also, too, it makes it easier from a multifamily perspective to build into your underwriting versus today, I would have to go out and get a loan to do this. So I would tack on additional debt than what's already on the property today.
But you would acquire a debt anyway if you had to do repairs, whether it's
Correct.
Widening, cutting. So either way, you're going to pay.
You're going to have to pay either now or on later. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just following up on the Vice Chair's line of questionings. Have you seen the proposed MDE amendments about waiving ACPs for measures that are deemed to be economically infeasible?
Do they waive them completely?
It would have to demonstrate economic infeasibility.
And they would be completely waived?
I guess I should say follow up with MDE to see their language, but there is a provision for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe that they waive them completely. You commit to a plan, and you have a certain amount of time period to get the work done.
The exemption, based on their testimony, again, urge you to consult with MDE.
Sure.
The exemption could be renewed every 5 years. As technology changes. Yeah. So maybe a request if you could consult with MDE and see if their proposed language on economic infeasibility deals, at least for the most part, with your concerns.
Delegate Healy.
Thank you very much. Actually, Delegate Stein just substantively asked the same thing that I was interested in asking about. Just one little tweak to it, and it is your organization willing to work with the department to come up with definitions for waivers or a way to move forward so that we can continue to make progress here?
Absolutely. Us and I'm sure the business community would like the opportunity to have that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no further questions to this panel, thank you all, especially the one of you who lives in District 16. We'll call up Mike Dowling from Equity Residential, Brian Anlou from AOBA, Natasha Mayhew for the Maryland Hospital Association, and Clifford Majorsick for Institutes for Market Transformation. Brian, just please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Brian Anlou with AOBA. AOBA supports HB 49 with amendments. AOBA members support efforts to fight climate change, and many have invested heavily in sustainability. In my detailed written testimony, the committee will find 10 amendments that would allow the state to make considerable progress towards its climate goals without jeopardizing housing affordability. I want to highlight just 3 of them. And I have seen the MDE amendments, but they may have been a previous version, so apologies if some of this is a bit outdated. First, you heard from Secretary McElwain that the department's amendments exempt counties with BEP standards as stringent as the state standards. This exemption should not require county BEPs to be as stringent as state BEPs. Stringent is somewhat of a subjective term, and it's partly influenced by building owner behavior. For example, state BEPs has alternative compliance fees, meaning you don't have to actually do the work, you can just pay a fee. Montgomery County does not have that in its BEPs. So strictly looking at emissions reductions, Montgomery County would arguably have more stringent standards, but might not be interpreted that way. Instead, we recommend that counties have to only demonstrate a comparable level of emissions reductions as state BEPs to gain this exemption. Second, the MDE amendments propose an alternative compliance pathway with a one-time fee waiver for economic infeasibility. If they have, in fact, amended that to allow it to be renewed after 5 years, we'd support that. Economic infeasibility could continue after a 5-year period, and so we ask that that continue to be allowed to be renewed. And then lastly, the payback period required to demonstrate economic infeasibility should not be tied to building type. A 25-year payback does not work because most of the energy efficiency measures do not have a useful lifespan that long. Buildings should only be required to implement measures that have a simple payback of 10 years or less. We respectfully urge a favorable report with the amendments in my written testimony. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Dowling with Equity Residential. I'm the investment officer here in the DMV region. We have 9 properties in Maryland with over 3,000 residents in the state. We have over 300 rental properties throughout the country, and so we've worked with other jurisdictions on additional building performance standards or other energy regulations across the country. In Maryland, we're your vested partner here, and we just like you, we're a leader in with our own ambitious climate goals. These include science-based greenhouse gas emissions target to reduce our absolute emissions 30% by 2030, as well as portfolio energy intensity reduction target of 20%. And we're making good progress on both. We do want to work with Maryland with your ambitious climate goals. We'd like to avoid some of the negative impacts on the Maryland residents that were referred to earlier by the gentleman from Atlantic. Reducing our carbon footprint is expensive, and especially when done so to meet an arbitrary date. An example, we've started doing the work, and we've completed energy audits and energy engineering studies on several of our properties to understand the hard cost impact and logistical challenges that come with reducing decarbonizing our properties. And those costs increase quickly when you consider construction requirements to upgrade to electric HVAC, for example. Just to give one example of a suggested solution, we'd like to see adding flexible compliance options that allow building owners to replace equipment at the end of its useful life versus a set target date, outside of economic infeasibility. Building owners plan for equipment replacement based on equipment life cycle, so replacing ahead of budget does not take advantage of the cost the owner already expects to spend For example, if I were to replace a gas-fired RTU today for $1 million with an electric one, it would cost the avoidance of costs would be about $500,000 if I already planned to spend $500,000 due to end-of-life cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Corman and members of the committee. My name is Cliff Majerzik. I'm with the Institute for Market Transformation, IMT. We are a national nonprofit which is nonpartisan, and we are committed to improving the performance of buildings to benefit everyone, regardless where they live, work, or learn, and the communities around them. IMT advises all 14 jurisdictions that already have building performance standards, as well as 34 other jurisdictions that are committed to following Maryland's lead in adopting building performance standards. We also have provided support to the Maryland Department of the Environment with technical assistance, best practices, and stakeholder engagement. The Building Energy Performance Standard is the cornerstone of Maryland's climate strategy, and it's important that it be preserved. MDE has done a good job in working with stakeholders and producing a bill that provides additional flexibility in line with best practices from other jurisdictions and from our own model building performance standard law and implementation guide. It includes a number of elements that are supported both by building owners and by advocates. It is important to note that the economic infeasibility waiver can be renewed so that it's not just a 5-year. The one time is a different waiver that doesn't require economic feasibility. Maryland has a history of actually lowering electricity demand because of its investment in energy efficiency. Energy efficiency has been shown to not only reduce utility bills, create jobs, but also to make buildings more valuable, lower their vacancy rates, and increase their sales prices. So investments in energy efficiency are typically a good investment with good return on investment. There are a few red lines I hope you all will observe as you consider changes to the bill. Please protect the emissions requirements and the energy use intensity requirements, which are critical for protecting tenants. Do not exempt large groups of buildings, and don't offer credit for off-site renewables. I urge a favorable report for the bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Natasha Mayu here on behalf of the Maryland Hospital Association in support with amendments to House Bill 49. Hospitals generally support efforts to address climate change, but the unique nature of the healthcare that we provide requires special consideration for the operational and financial abilities to meet these goals. As you had heard from my colleague at Johns Hopkins, and you will also hear from one of our members at Adventist more specifically about these operational and fiscal impacts. But as a broad overview, we have high standards for our facilities and the ability to deliver high-quality care, high-quality life-saving care. We have intensive care units, surgical operating rooms, and emergency departments that must be able to operate without risk of power failure. HVAC systems that must be carefully regulated to minimize bacterial and fungal growth. Steam must be generated at temperatures high enough to disinfect, sterilize, and sanitize medical equipment. You also heard that we do operate under a special model with a global budget that does not provide funding for the significant costs of capital projects to retrofit existing infrastructure or buy new equipment for these goals. So when originally passed, the Climate Solutions Now Act did include provisions that provided that regulations include special exceptions to account for the unique needs of healthcare facilities. Despite that language and conversations with the department, proposed regulations did not include those exemptions. I am pleased to hear a bit of the overview of MDE's amendments and look forward to reviewing those to see if they align with our goals. But in your packets, you will have amendments from MHA that also mirror those that Johns Hopkins discussed that would exempt hospitals from the definition of a covered building, exempt critical equipment for steam generation and backup power generation, and cap alternative compliance fees for nonprofits. So appreciate the ability to testify and urge a favorable with amendments report on House Bill 49.
Thank you. Any questions for this panel? Okay, we have a number of virtual favorable amendment witnesses. Benjamin Roush, FSI Engineers.
There we go. Got asked all the unmuting. Thank you for allowing my testimony. I am generally in favor of this slight modification to what you already passed in 2022, allowing flexibility to MEA and allowing for the formal recognition of what they already believe they have the power to do to set energy targets for buildings. It is important to have that because we also need to protect the power grid while electrifying buildings. You've heard some things in this testimony that are interesting. All mechanical systems have to be replaced. They have a 20 to 25 year life. So some of the numbers you hear thrown around about what it's going to cost to do this are already included in a mechanical system replacement. If you were looking at economic feasibility and given current and expected future gas rate hikes, which I'm sure you're all hearing about from your constituents this winter, the economic feasibility points strongly for heat pumps. I'm doing this at many projects. I'm doing this on the personal level at my own home. The 10-year payback, maybe not, but a 20-year or 25-year payback, depending on system life, yes, it's always passing that metric. And again, there is a mismatch between when people are renting and you have landlords who are footing the bill for the equipment, the renters are paying the energy, that maybe we need to figure out. I am glad to see that MEA will have some level of flexibility for building owners to wait until the end of system life, which makes economic sense. But again, at the end of system life, you have a big price tag already, regardless of the fuel type, and that is the time to change that is least expensive, most cost effective to go to electric buildings. I encourage you to pass this. My only amendment would be formally adding solar renewable energy on site to be deducted from the EUI targets so that you get a credit for your solar on site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll turn to Luke Lanciano, the tower companies. I'm sorry, Delegate Stein, I'll do the virtual witnesses and then I'll take questions for all of them. Is that all right? Sure. Great. Mr. Lanciano, go ahead. We got to get you unmuted. There you go.
Thank you, Chair Corman and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Luke Lanciano. I'm the Director of Sustainability at the Tower Companies, a Maryland-based real estate firm, which is committed to sustainability. We operate millions of square feet of commercial office buildings and about 1,400 apartments in our multifamily portfolio. 90% of our buildings are both Energy Star and LEED certified. But most of these buildings will require retrofits to fit into the net direct emission standards that are currently in statute, and likely will need something similar for the site EUI standards once they are announced. We've benchmarked our energy use and done greenhouse gas accounting since 2010, and we also procure the vast majority of our energy from renewable sources. I support many of the objectives behind BEPS, but I do urge amendments to improve the effectiveness. First, it's been mentioned, Montgomery County should be exempt from the state BEPS. It's a duplicative compliance process for building owners in Montgomery County to comply with both of these. And so it should simply be exempted because that county standards are very effective and aggressive. Second, the state should reconsider the fines based on site EUI to better reflect the carbon content of different fuel sources. For example, and it's been mentioned, we have a lot of on-site solar at our buildings. That should absolutely count as a compliance metric for these site EUI standards. Similarly, there are a lot of ways in which you can, improve the energy use of your building, and having site EUI target costs are really important. The state must also recognize the economic realities of fuel switching. It is gas is a fifth of the cost of electricity per unit of energy. And so making sure that we have a good process in which we can switch equipment over when it's cost effective to do so will be very critical. Thank you for your time today, and I'm open to any questions.
Thanks so much. We'll call on Amy Prentice, AstraZeneca. One more try. Amy Prentice, AstraZeneca. There you go.
There I am. Hello, Chair Corman, members of the committee. Thanks so much for the opportunity to comment on this matter today. My name's Amy Prentice. I'm the Director of State Government Affairs for AstraZeneca. AstraZeneca is a global biopharmaceutical company. Maryland is home to one of our 5 strategic R&D centers in Gaithersburg, our Frederick Biologics Manufacturing Center, and our soon-to-open Rockville Cell Therapy site. These Maryland sites employ a community of over 5,000 individuals. We appreciate Maryland's efforts to address climate change. We believe a healthy climate is critical to the health of people, communities, and our world. However, BEPS, as structured currently, would harm AstraZeneca operations. We respectfully request amendments to this. It would provide a categorical exemption from BEPS for life science, research, and development buildings. R&D centers develop and produce medicines for clinical trials. This requires a very strong focus on the prevention of any disruption to process power and heating, precluding much of the electrification required to achieve the BEPS emission standards. Our Maryland sites utilize renewable natural gas as a decarbonization strategy. The benchmarking tool Energy Star does not currently provide for an adjustment for RNG use. Therefore, calculations by the tool would not be representative of emissions impact for our AstraZeneca sites. In addition, while Maryland continues to address building energy performance standards, counties are also establishing separate requirements, increasing the complexity for compliance. So we respectfully request amended language prohibiting counties and municipalities from establishing or enforcing BEPS for any building type that are exempted by the states. Thank you again for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much to all 3 virtual witnesses. We'll start with Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question's for Ben Roush. Ben, thanks for your testimony. Just wanted to ask you to elaborate a little bit more on your experience in working with installation of electric systems, heat pumps in particular. You said that in your experience, a payback of upper range 20 to 25 years is fairly common. Are there any limits to that in terms of size of the building where that payback, the 20 to 25 timeframe might not work?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I want to make a distinction. There's 2 types of payback. There's simple payback, just cost divided by energy savings. You could think of that as like year 1 payback. And there is life cycle cost analysis style payback where you take the time value of money into account and you look at future utility rates and you look on a usually longer time frame. So that simple payback works for a 5 or even maybe a 10-year time frame without gets you close to the right ballpark. The longer out you look, the less that works. So there are so many it depends to projects. The buildings that have the hardest time upgrading are those post-war mid-century buildings. They aren't necessarily well insulated. They actually need a lot of upgrade, and they may be limping along an old boiler system. And those are a difficult upgrade, and we have had some projects come in where the mechanical upgrade is half the value of the building, the total assessed value of the building. That's a hard swing for an owner. I don't want to sugarcoat that. And even then, that paid back within the lifetime of that system. That had a 18-year payback on a 20-year system. And again, the building owner didn't really get the payback, right? Because the building tenant is getting the energy savings in that particular building the way it was metered. So that's a very hard swing for a building owner. I don't want to sugarcoat that. This seems to work across scales. Very small projects are often easier, they're less capital intensive. But even if you're doing a whole building replacement, it tends to scale out where the cost is more, but the savings is more, and they all go up together. There are cases, of course, like replacing old steam systems that you are ripping out a whole infrastructure, and it is just really expensive, and that payback can push out further into the second system life. So you're going to commit to a new all-electric system, and you might get out to that 20 or 25-year range on the life cycle cost analysis before it pays back, and you are still committed to that new system in this first replacement. So you continue to get to that savings into the future as you reinstall that system over and over.
Okay, thank you. Very helpful.
Any additional questions? Okay, we'll move on to unfavorable. We have virtually Marshall Klein, Klein ShopRite of Maryland.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the committee for hearing my testimony today. My name is Marshall Klein. I'm the president of Klein Family Markets. We're a 9-store grocery chain in and around Baltimore City. We employ about 1,300 people, and we own and operate 7 of our 9 buildings. We rent the last 2. I urge an unfavorable or revisiting of these guidelines. We have engaged in a variety of energy efficiency projects and store remodels in the past 3 years. And I believe it is economically and maybe even technologically impossible for grocery store operators within this state to comply with this, to comply with the standards that are laid out. 50% reduction from the benchmarking that's going to be set out in 2025 cannot be done with current technology and given how people shop and given what people do. I just did a $7 million remodel in a 40,000 square foot store, and we have a 15% energy reduction. We replaced every single system in that store. I cannot do anything else to get a 50% reduction in my greenhouse gas emissions. Also, converting over HVAC systems from natural gas to electric would drastically increase my utility usage and our utility usage within our industry. We've already had over a 20% utility cost increase on electric this year alone. Some of that is due to kilowatt rate hour, but the vast majority of it is due to the grid and other ancillary costs that will be further exacerbated by converting to all electric usage within HVAC. It will drive up the cost of operation of these businesses. It will drive up our grocery prices, and it will continue to make the state unaffordable to shop in, do business in, and open and expand your markets in. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Lori Graff from the Maryland Building Industry Association.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Lori Graff, CEO of Maryland Building Industry Association. I apologize for not being there in person today. I just would like to echo a lot of what's been already said, and I also want to thank the department for spending a lot of time with us. We've had several conversations about this. I'm sure we'll continue to have several conversations about this as we move forward. There's been a lot of interesting amendments proposed. I would like to say our members are committed to innovation and trying to figure this out. We were in the front lines of negotiations in the Climate Solutions Now Act. We just have concerns about this particular piece of legislation and what it does to housing and what it does overall to investment in Maryland, as well as investment in housing, not only new construction, but other financing of existing projects. So with that, we'd like to continue to have conversations, but at this point, we're opposed to the legislation. Thank you.
We have a question from Delegate Healy.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to know if you consider the current law before this bill has been proposed to be better for your industry than what is proposed in the bill, or is it that you want a more perfect bill than has been proposed?
I think it's probably a combination. Obviously, I know that many of you have heard from your constituents. There's a lot of problems with implementation of BEPS. So I think we've started the conversation. We've had lots of conversations with MDE. We have representatives on the Climate Change Commission trying to figure out what the perfect solution is. I don't know that we know the perfect solution at this point. As introduced, this bill didn't have a cap on the compliance fees. We didn't know what the compliance fees were going to be, those types of things. So I think there's lots of room for improvement on the original bill as well as this. I think the implementation has been much more challenging than I think a lot of people realized it was going to be.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay, thank you both. We will turn to a number of in-person unfavorable witnesses. Bryson Popham, Todd Cohen from Adventist Healthcare, James Stark from Best Western plus BWI Airport, and Amy Rohrer, Maryland Hotel Lodging Association. And when one of you sits down, feel free to get started.
With your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'll begin. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Bryson Popham appearing before you today on behalf of the Building Owners and Managers Association of Greater Baltimore, which is a trade association of commercial and industrial buildings that own or manage about 143 million square feet in central Baltimore. If you drive up 95 and look over at the Baltimore skyline, you'll see many of our member buildings. We are appearing in opposition to the bill. I first want to address a couple of comments that the Secretary made. First of all, she described this as an effort to modernize buildings, and I understand why. I believe she chose that term, but as I am going to share with you, that is a term of art when it comes to commercial office buildings. I also want to point out to you, and I'm sorry I don't remember the gentleman's name, but he just appeared a minute ago. He offered really some of our testimony, although he was in favor of the bill. He said this will affect a large number of buildings that are what he called mid-century buildings. I assume he meant mid-20th century. Those buildings are about 75 years old. And to understand the impact of that, you need to understand that office buildings come typically in what are called classes. You have Class A, Class B, and Class C. And that is not only how new they are, it is how modern they are, to use the Secretary's term, how sophisticated they are. And we are concerned because we have members of all of those classes. That gentleman also mentioned that for some of the analyses that he performed, that the economic impact on a building owner could be 50%. We have case studies. If any of you wish to see them, I'll be happy to bring them to your office and we can go over them from commercial building owners in Baltimore so you can see what the impact of this legislation is. That said, Mr. Chairman, we understand that there's a package of amendments. We would love the opportunity to review those amendments. Thank you.
Hi, Todd Cohen, Associate Vice President for Facilities, Real Estate, Design, and Construction at Adventist Healthcare. I'm sitting in the right room, but I was, I think, listed in the wrong category, favorable with amendment. I wanted to just highlight a couple of implications on clinical care. The ambitious rate of changes that BEPS requires will divert capital away from clinical care. For example, around $500,000 in capital infrastructure replacement prevents the procurement of about 24 heart monitors. The rate of change and the timeline with it is just too short of a runway for us. We need a longer amount of time to get there. The expense is not just limited to infrastructure itself. Staffing and workforce development is way behind. For example, now we're working with the Maryland Department of Labor on apprenticeship programs for old technologies, boilers and stationary engineers. We want to be compliant, but the targets are aggressive. And with our reimbursement system, it's hard for us to prioritize capital towards life-saving care, to energize that, or to really put this towards big systems. These are big hospitals, 500,000, 2 million square feet type hospitals. And so an exemption is needed for healthcare. One more very important piece, and that is that we require 96 hours of redundancy as hospitals to be self-sufficient. That's by CMS, by accreditation standards. And as natural disasters continue to make headlines, the continuity of operations is a central preparedness theme for us. Again, I spoke a little bit about the workforce development. There are also incentive programs today for us to do microgrid strategies on our hospital campuses. So at the same time that we're getting incentives to build older fossil fuel, natural gas fired systems, we're getting incentives to do those programs while we're also being talked about eliminating reliance on fossil fuels. The comment about 75 years is extremely relevant for hospitals. The Hill-Burton Act of 1946 really was the seminal moment for hospitals where we went from about 1,000 hospitals to 5,000 hospitals in the United States. So this affects many hospitals, the 50 in Maryland in particular.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Amy Rohrer, here on behalf of the Maryland Hotel Lodging Association, opposed to House Bill 49 as introduced. We have not yet seen the MDE amendments and look forward to reviewing them. And I'd just like to start off by saying that we are supportive of hotels doing all that they can reasonably do to help the state achieve climate goals, but we do have concerns with the costs of coming into compliance. And more significantly, a lot of our members are not sure it will even be feasible due to factors outside of our control to meet the standards being set for our industry. I have submitted written testimony outlining our questions and concerns, but at the end of the day, it's largely hotel guests who are driving energy consumption at hotels. And we feel that a one-size-fits-all approach to EUI targets for our industry industry is problematic. Certainly occupancy rates vary greatly from one hotel to the next and from one day to the next. And also switching from gas to electric equipment presents efficiency concerns for hotels, especially in high energy usage areas like pool heaters, laundry, dryers, and boilers. At this time, there are no viable, efficient electrical options. Sitting here today, I don't know if that will change in the next 10 to 15 years, but our members have not identified viable options at the moment. I'm joined by a member who will talk about his specific property level concerns, and certainly appreciate your consideration.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Jim Stark. I'm the VP of Hotel Operations for the Best Western Plus BWI Arundel Mills in Howard County. Our hotel is 133 rooms, so it's a mid-size select service hotel. And to sort of buttress a little bit of what Amy was saying, from a capital expenditure perspective and also from an operational expenditure perspective and just operations in general, let me see if I can encapsulate this in a minute and a half. If you look at what is required for us to do from the BEPS, the original bill, the capital expenditure would have to electrify would be our boilers, our pool heaters, and our laundry equipment. Just saying that we can do those things, which we cannot do efficiently because we've consulted with our electrical engineers and our mechanical engineers, and the equipment does not exist on a commercial basis to achieve what we need to achieve, not only to meet our operational demands, but also our guest expectation. So if we wave a wand and just say that those things exist, that's one thing. If we look from the operational perspective, we would have to run those units, laundry equipment and boilers that are electric, longer to achieve the temperatures necessary for the water that we're consuming in laundry and the water that our guests are consuming to take a hot shower. And the same thing is going to be said from the guest rooms, just like Amy was saying. The guests are the end users in this situation. This is their home away from home. We deliver a guest experience. We deliver that hospitality. Again, some of you probably, a lot of folks in this building are staying in hotels last night, tonight, so on and so forth. When you go to that room, you control your temperature, you control your energy consumption, your TV's on, your lights are on, your device is plugged in. So at any given time, especially during those peak demands, summertime, springtime, when we have high volume groups, I'm an airport hotel, when we sell out like we did last night because we have a lot of distressed passengers, we can't really control all of the energy that's being consumed, even though we've done certain things to be as energy efficient as we can. And without knowing what the limits are going to be and those costs associated, it could be astronomical. So that's why we urge an unfavorable rating. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we have a question from Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I guess this is for any or all of the panelists. It may not have had the chance to see the proposed amendment from MDE regarding alternative compliance payments when measures are economically infeasible, providing a waiver for 5 years that can be renewed every 5 years as technology changes. So I guess my question is, would you be willing to take a look at their proposed language and give us any feedback about that, so whether it addresses your concerns?
As I said initially, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, and as an owner-operator, I'll just say that absolutely yes. The only thing that we are hesitant in is anytime that there's an application process, if all of a sudden, worst-case scenario, that's denied, where does that leave us? It's sort of like an uncapped thing. So that's a lot of consternation that a lot of owner-operators are facing, because that initial capital outlay is just like during COVID. We're not looking at making that money back. And if you're looking at that 20-25-year time horizon to make money back from a capital outlay for equipment, a lot of equipment doesn't last that long, and that's just the reality of these days. It's not like the good old days, unfortunately.
Yeah, please consult with MD, but I think it would include projections that measures would be infeasible. So, but again, your feedback would be welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just say to I know only 3 of you are unfavorable, the others are favorable to the amendment, but I'll just say to you 3 and everyone else who signed up unfavorable, BEPS is current law, right? There is a regulation for BEPS on the books, and we are heading towards a period of time where you will be subject to the regulations and have to pay fees. So you should all be favorable with amendment, because I think you want changes to this program. Otherwise, you will be paying alternative compliance fees until the end of time, which seems like actually quite a challenge for everybody testifying. So I just want to make sure everyone understands where we are. BEPS is current law. The guy who wrote it's 3 seats to my left. The prior governor let it become law without his signature. So keep that in mind. Madam Vice Chair?
Mr. Chair, thank you. And to that point, I want to go off of just hearing a little bit more about Mr. Stark and I believe was Mrs. Roy. You essentially said that you're unfavorable because essentially the end users of your services, of your rooms, would be essentially the cause for you not to be able to, quote unquote, lower your emissions.
It's not the lowering of the emissions, it's the consumption of the electricity. So on one hand, you have the equipment being used from the operational side, but then you have the in use, what they do in the guest rooms, their consumption side. We can't really cap what they're doing. And in a sold out situation, if everybody has their TV on, lights on, whatever else, all their devices plugged in, charging on their computers, you know, and it just goes whatever that number is going to be, which is not established right now, but you know, working with our energy broker that we have that is also, you know, aligned with the association. He helps, I mean, he makes money regardless, so he's not in it for that.
Well, then it's just interesting
so, yeah.
to hear this. And I'm curious about other potential, I mean, you could say the same thing, I guess, about housing, right? Or apartments or condos, you know, the building, they're saying the building itself won't be able to manage this because the end user essentially drives the cost. Unlike a hotel, I'm paying for the room, but I'm not paying for my consumption, for my hot shower, for the heat on 70, whatever it is. But I guess I'm wondering, one, to the chair's point, favorable with amendments, are there any other establishments that are doing this, whether it's in state or out of state, that can manage energy use as it relates to the end user who essentially is using the energy?
Yes, ma'am. To the extent that we can control, and there are mechanisms in place and technologies that exist to encourage guests, like, you know, when they go in a room, having certain sensors, or you need to put your room key in, whatever else. That way, when they leave the room, certain things go back down to a certain setting. But when they're in that room, especially in a situation like last night, we were full last night because we had a heavy airport volume. Everybody's taking showers, freshening up, everybody is charging their whatever. We can't really control when they're in the room and they need to use it at night, and all of these different things are on TVs, things of that nature, which might be fine during, you know, soft seasons or maybe not quite so peak, but it's those peak demands, which really for our industry is, you know, spring, mid-spring through the end of summer into fall. That's when we're going to hit, and we don't know what those numbers are. It might be a little bit easier to digest if we knew what the target was and what the fees might be over that target, so we could project it. So that's what gets us operationally, because the margins are already fairly thin. It's not that we don't want to. Trust me, we do everything we can. If something existed where I could take my boilers, electrify them, and they would be just as efficient, not only from a cost for me running that boiler for the same hour, but also provide the same amount of hot water at the temperature I need to provide it, we would absolutely do it. We just wish the technology would catch up with what's being required.
And back to the chair's point about favorable with amendments, we're hoping that you would be able to provide. I think, well, one, hopefully it's going around for everyone to be able to see what MDE has put forward as it relates to amendments and feedback from pretty much everyone, but also offer your potential suggestions, because it'd be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any further questions for this panel? Okay, we have one additional panel of unfavorable in-person witnesses. Scott Whitlovich, Columbia Gas, Tyler Bryce, Maryland Municipal League, Hannah Allen, Maryland Chamber of Commerce, and Tom Valentine, NIOP, Maryland.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Scott Whitlovich with Columbia Gas of Maryland, and we oppose House Bill 49 as introduced. The committee has more detailed written testimony outlining Columbia's concerns with the BEPS regulations and House Bill 49. Our primary opposition to House Bill 49 as introduced is the fact that the legislation permits MDE to determine alternative compliance and annual data reporting fees without limits. I wanted to use my time here to get into some specifics about the cost of the BEPS regulation to Maryland building owners. It's been touched upon, but specifically I wanted to make sure that the committee knew that MDE's own economic impact in the final regulations calculated covered building owners will spend more than $5.7 billion on efficiency and electrification measures to achieve $1.2 billion in energy cost savings without an energy use intensity standard. Those estimates climbed to more than $15 billion spent on efficiency and electrification measures to provide approximately $9 billion in energy savings with the addition of EUI standards. During an October 9th, 2024 public hearing on the BEPS regulations, a condominium organization testified it would cost their association an estimated $5 million to $8 million just to replace gas stoves currently in use. Another condominium organization estimated it would cost their association $54 million in order to attempt to comply. Furthermore, MDE's economic impact study was done prior to the July 30th, 2024 PJM interconnection power market auction, which produced an estimated 800% increase in prices in the PJM footprint. We are confident MDE's energy cost savings estimates will be even less with increasing electricity costs, and the public and the Maryland General Assembly should be aware of these new economic impacts. We urge an unfavorable report on House Bill 49 as introduced.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Hannah Allen, here today on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce, respectfully requesting an unfavorable report on House Bill 49. My testimony today is focused on the bill as introduced. We have not yet been able to vet the amendments through our membership, but I look forward to doing that. But, you know, we represent a number of businesses and industries that are directly impacted by the BEPS regulation. We continue to hear from them over substantial concerns over the high costs, the workability of complying with the regulations. So that's why I'm here today. And look, the overall goal of BEPS is to reduce the direct greenhouse gas emissions in buildings that are 35,000 square feet and higher, ultimately reaching net zero by 2040. Initially in the regulations, the department did include both the direct greenhouse gas emission standards and EUI standards. EUI was temporarily removed after budget amendments passed last session, requiring the department to first complete the benchmarking data and an economic feasibility study, which has not yet been completed, and they're working on throughout 2025. So it feels premature to set an alternative compliance fee in statute when the studies and the data has not yet been fully submitted and completed. You know, I think we certainly understand MDE intends to add EUI back into the requirements and the regulation, likely sometime in 2027. But until we have the benchmarking data and we know exactly what those EUI standards are in the regulations, it is difficult to agree to a fee because building owners cannot yet accurately assess the cost implications or or plan for compliance. So we certainly appreciate the department's work on this, the conversations that we've had with them, and we look forward to continuing those conversations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Corbin, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the committee. My name is Tom Ballantyne. I'm here on behalf of NAOP Maryland. We're a commercial real estate trade association, respectfully here in opposition to House Bill 49. We're concerned that the bill will push beyond the kind of traditional energy efficiency and sustainability measures in building and energy codes and LEED certification and Empower that are widely used by our members, but can be paid for with energy savings. The bill solidifies MDE's authority to set and enforce energy use limits for commercial and multifamily buildings, in addition to the direct greenhouse gas emissions that are in state law. Provides new authority to impose an EUI fee that acts like a price surcharge on energy use above the EUI limits. The proposed fee is equivalent to 17 cents per kilowatt hour increase in electricity prices, nearly double the standard rate. We don't have the targets, so making judgments about the reasonable, whether the rate is reasonable, depends on what the targets are. But looking at MDE's last published EUI limits and the proposed fee, and applying that to building data submitted to Montgomery County, indicates that 34 office buildings and 89 multifamily buildings in Montgomery County could face EUI fees of more than $100,000 per year and wide compliance gaps in 2030. The policy leverage of the EUI fee is, I think, increased by the 25-year payback period. That's longer than the period required to qualify for the state's commercial and industrial energy efficiency grant programs, longer than most bank underwriting standards, which are based on 10-year loan terms. So during the 2024 session, budget amendments set prerequisites for MD's development of EUI regulations that aren't complete. These included benchmarking energy use and reporting to the General Assembly about cost implications. We think at a very minimum, those should be completed before this bill would move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Tyler Alexis Bryce. I'm the Manager of Advocacy and Public Affairs at the Maryland Municipal League, representing now today 161 municipal governments across the state. So we share the same sentiments with MACO. Our membership expressed that in its current form, due to significant fiscal and administrative burdens imposed, we cannot support this bill. These requirements force building owners and by extension municipal entities responsible for public facilities to divert critical resources to data collection and reporting as well. The compliance demands could detract from essential local priorities such as infrastructure maintenance, public safety, and also community services. Many municipal buildings, especially historic or aging facilities, face potentially prohibitive retrofit costs to meet the new energy performance standards in this bill, further straining the budgets that are already crippling. The delayed enforcement option in the amendments, we received the amendments this morning, so we're going to review and bring it back to our legislative committee. But just overview, looking at the delay in the amendments, it's just not viable from our legislative committee. So we're going to take it back and have the entire committee review it and maybe be able to come back for support with amendments. But right now, we're in opposition. And not to be redundant, so that's pretty much all from Maryland Municipal League.
Thank you. Any questions for these panelists who apparently want to have their members pay alternative compliance fees till the end of time? Okay, thank you all very much. That concludes the bill here on House Bill 49. We'll turn to House Bill 717 if the secretary is here from the Department of Natural Resources. House Bill 717, Natural Resources, Public Lands, Acquisition, Staffing, Operations, and Funding. Welcome, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to have the panel who signed up in support join me as well. Bear hug. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Josh Kurtz, Secretary of the Department of Natural Resources, testifying in support of HB 717. Thank you all for having us today to talk about the ways that we're looking to continue to improve access and opportunity for folks to access our incredible set of public lands. This bill is a continuation of the response to the great work done by this body on the Great Maryland Outdoors Act, and really seeks to continue to create sustainable funding sources and ensure that we have not only continued protection of public lands, but continued sustainable operation of those public lands as well. We are continuing to see historic spikes in the terms of the use of our state parks. We peaked at over 22 million during COVID. That has come down a little bit, but we're still sitting between 17 and 19 million visitors to our state parks every year. One of the key things we've also seen that our parks are continuing to help drive is the outdoor recreation economy. About an $8 billion economy last year. It grew by 12% here in the state of Maryland. And we're really working to continue to ensure that growth by creating unique and innovative partnerships using our state lands. So this bill does a few things that are really critical for us to be able to do that. The first and probably the most innovative is it would authorize the department to have affiliated foundations. This is something that we've seen at the federal level with the National Park Service Foundation, which would allow us to work with philanthropic communities and institutional givers or donors to ensure that we're being able to create really interesting partnerships that come with additional funding for Marylanders and Maryland residents. This bill would also authorize the department to be able to, in times when we have potential funding issues or insufficient funding for our current staff, to roll over any funds from the program open side, state side balance if there's over $80 million in the fund. And that could be used in the Forest and Park Reserve Fund, which is how we pay staff, or just move directly into operating. It also works really closely with our local governments and the local side program open space, and I will defer to Commission President Breeding on that. But we're really excited about the opportunity for our funds to continue to support the development of the open spaces in our local communities. We do have a few technical amendments that I wanted to flag for you all that are in the bill report. Most importantly, pages 2 through 8 are removed upon guidance from the Ethics Commission, and this is to create kind of a standardization across other agencies that have affiliated foundations. The second amendment just clarifies when we're talking about the staffing component. And so what we have here is a ratio for every 400 acres that we were to acquire, the department would request to DBM a new PIN. And the reason we have 400 acres comes directly from that DLS analysis. They set a baseline of sustainable operations for the parks in Maryland from 2003, and that was the ratio. So looking to continue to manage that ratio, we have gotten back to that ratio through the GMOA PIN allocation. So again, thank you all for that. It also clarifies that that PIN ratio would not count if it's an easement. So only for fee simple where we are adding to the land base that we need to manage. It also clarifies that we're not trying to dispose of conservation easements. There is a discussion about some easements, but conservation easements is not included in that. And then I think an important component too is it makes the local government change, which is going from, if you have met your goals for acquisition and protection, you can use 75% of that to develop the parks. We now increased that to 100%, and it makes that retroactive for the past 7 years. If there are any unencumbered funds, local government could use that for the development of their parks. And so those are the amendments that I just wanted to flag for you. I would urge a favorable report on HB 717. Happy to take any questions, but I will turn it over to the panel. Thank you.
All right. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Nicholas Redding. I'm the president and CEO of Preservation Maryland, which is the statewide historic preservation nonprofit. And I just want to speak from the heart on this bill because we've worked really closely with the Department of Natural Resources, and I feel like this bill warrants a favorable report for 3 basic reasons. One is that we, are going through a really strange and uncharted time in our country's history right now, and we need parks more than ever before. We need places where you can go out and you can touch the grass. And it's critical that those parks are accessible and that we find innovative ways of taking money and putting it towards accessibility. And I'm not unsympathetic to the need to continue to protect land. In fact, I'm an avowed land conservationist. I support that. But we have to balance accessibility with acquisition. And this bill makes smart choices when it comes to that. As a historic preservation organization, the second reason is that we've worked really closely with the department since the passage of the Great Maryland Outdoors Act to partner with them on the preservation of really iconic historic resources held by the state park system. And they're in rough shape. And so every last bit of money that we can get to move over and put towards restoring historic places in the parks and making those funds available is critical. From enslaved quarters to iconic stone forts, the state park system is the steward of some amazing resources that we need to find ways to continue to preserve. And also, just to highlight, the park foundations make sense. The National Park Foundation has raised over $1 billion in its last capital campaign for the national park system, and we should put Maryland's private and independent sector to work supporting public lands. And so for those reasons, we urge a favorable report.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Don Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties here in enthusiastic support of House Bill 707. This is a really good, common sense, good governance bill. Program Open Space has been around for since the 1960s. As that program is changing and we're acquiring more land, we're starting to see that we're starting to max out what we can reasonably expect to maintain, and we now need to, or acquire, and now we need to focus on maintaining the jewels and assets we have on the local side. And this bill gives us the flexibility to do that. I just want to take a second and give a major shout out both to current staff at DNR and former staff at DNR for their partnership on getting us here. This is just a phenomenal piece of legislation, and we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for visiting Caroline County earlier this year. I know your time is very important, and we greatly appreciate that. Madam Vice Chair, New Delegate Byler, thank you for your assistance in drafting this bill. He has been an integral part of the conversations here. Caroline County has played an important role in conservation efforts. In 2016, we met our land acquisition goal, helping Maryland exceed its goal of conserving 30% of the state's land by 2030. We currently manage about 506 acres with an additional 45 acres set aside by Caroline County Public Schools. However, over half of those acres remain underdeveloped or completely undeveloped. And I get approached from constituents all the time, why are you guys buying more property when we've got all this land that we need to do improvements to? This bill allows us that flexibility to deliver the essential park amenities for our residents, and I urge a favorable report from this committee. Thank you.
Thank you all. We have a question from Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Secretary and colleague, for working on this. This is, I agree with Mr. Butchko's characterization of this. This really is, I think, very unique and interesting legislation. I just have a couple questions about the foundation so that I have a clear idea of what you envision. You're talking about one foundation, is that right? Like one, not multiple ones.
So what we're looking to do is create a foundation. I think we're still trying to understand the most effective way to do that to support our land management units. So that would be wildlife and heritage, it would be our Forest Service, the Park Service, and Natural Resources Police. And so we're determining, and we'll do that through a deeper analysis, whether one would make sense or a couple. So I think right now we want to leave that a little bit flexible just to ensure that we're able to develop a set of foundations that is able to support all of those land units and to Mr. Redding's point, be able to really raise private capital for our system.
Right, great. And do you envision these being like 501c3 organizations?
Yeah, so like affiliated foundations that can work alongside the department. We are able to accept donations currently in statute, and so these would be able to really help us lean into and actually do more proactive work in raising funds, especially with potential institutional donors. I mean, you look at what the Park Service, the National Park Service has done with organizations like Subaru and things like that. And so we see that as an opportunity to help kind of drive some of that philanthropic.
So the corporate references you have in the bill about corporate sponsorship, that would go through the foundation then?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And besides members, I know you make a lot of provisions for members of DNR to be on the board, which I think makes sense. Do you have other ideas about who would serve on the board of this foundation, or have you not gotten that far yet?
So one of the things that we're really excited to do, if this bill is passed, is to work with the National Park Foundation. We've been having discussions with them to figure out, what is the makeup of their board? Where have they seen us be successful? So we can build that out to ensure, one, we're representative of the diversity of the state of Maryland and the diversity of all of our land units. So that we can be maximally successful in fundraising.
Okay, thank you. And one more question, if I might, Mr. Chair. So in terms of budgeting for DNR, excuse me, since we are, we're charged here with, we have a big role in what the budget is for the state and for DNR. So how would this be reflected, or would it be reflected, the foundation part, in the budget documents? I mean, is there a way we could track that?
Yes, and so there's a tracking is going to be a key piece of this. I might defer to my colleague here for a little bit more detail. Can I follow up with you afterwards, Delegate Foley? I think there would be, so we have the donation account, which is how you would be able to track the dollars as they went through, and that's something that's part of our budget presentation to all of you. So we'd be able to track it through there. I think the metric for it coming into the foundation, we'd still need to figure out a little bit more.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, and thank you for this legislation.
Thank you.
Delegate Healy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for this legislation. My question is for the person from Preservation Maryland, and maybe for the Secretary as well. Quite a while ago, there used to be like a bed and breakfast or a hotel in Roosevelt State Park, and it worked out for a while. That's the kind of enterprise maybe you could use to get more. I'm sorry, there's something in the air.
I think I know where you're headed if you want me to...
Yes, please.
Yeah.
If you could just...
Delegate Healy, we'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary and guests. I want to, talk about, Mr. Secretary, you said you removed pages 2 through 8. Is that what you said?
Yes, yes.
And you said that was at the?
That's advice of Ethics Commission.
Ethics Commission. I was going to ask about that because there were some questions about that, but because it is a bit of a topic, can you talk a little bit more about the use of program open space? I know it gives some people heartburn, not me as much, but it would be nice to hear your rationale and use of it.
Absolutely, yeah, and thank you for the question. So the $80 million number, if that correct, is that what you're looking at, Madam Vice Chair?
In general, I think there's just concerns about using program open space.
Yep,
funds
absolutely.
Generally.
Yep, and so the reason we selected the $80 million number is we looked at the average pipeline over the past 25 years. I think when we started looking out into the 60s with inflation, the numbers didn't really line up. And so we looked at over the past 25 years, also the number of acquisitions or amount of acquisition we did every year. The average of that was around $25 million. It basically fluctuated between 20 and a little over 30. That includes stateside grants. We wanted to make sure that was captured because that's a critically important part of the work that we do with our counties and our locals. So we did basically the average of what we do and acquire, and the average of our pipeline, and the $80 million really reflects pipeline. So about 50% of the things in our pipeline we're able to close the deal on, if you will. So we wanted to ensure that we would have a maximum pipeline to be able to continue to acquire to meet the 2040 goal and to frankly take advantage of the opportunities we have for acquisition and still be able to work with the stateside grants. And then anything over that 80, we would look for that flexibility. And that really is only if we're having an operating budget issue. And so that would allow us the flexibility to roll that funds directly into our operating budget or into Forest and Parks Reserve, which is the fund that we use to pay salary for the Park Service. That derives funding from a bunch of different areas, including entrance fees, things like that, as well as a $21.5 million or 20% of what comes into the transfer tax. That was passed in the early 2000s. So that also helps support the operation side. So there is already a precedent for the program open space, the real estate transfer to be used for operating. We're just focusing the state side budget, anything over that 80 million. We felt comfortable we would not lose out on any acquisitions. We would still have a very robust pipeline, but in the instance where we needed additional help to support the keeping our staff whole, that's why we selected that $80 million.
When do you anticipate, I guess, that you would have to use that when, like, they're having a fee discussion when fees don't meet the demand for your budget line items?
So, yeah, I think that's a really good point. Our goal is to keep our parks as accessible as possible, and that really, I think, means keeping our fees as low as we can. And I think what we're trying to do is not have to start thinking about that. We want to be able to figure out where is there additional flexibility or funds that are maybe continuously rolled over and growing that could help us in those down years, those lull years. Frankly, this would be a really effective tool for us this year, but looking out into the near term, this could really help us manage any of those operational shortfalls and keeping the Park Service and the Forest Service and the Wildlife and Heritage Service whole.
Thank you.
Delegate Huey.
Thank you very much. I apologize for losing my cool a little while ago. I just wanted to ask about the possibility of some kind of enterprise operations within the parks when you have a historic building or you have some other thing where that you could get an entrepreneur or a business person to come in and operate it for tourism to enhance and provide funding for the park as well.
Yeah, so it's a fantastic question, and it's probably one that the Secretary should take as well, but I can speak from the nonprofit side. We've actually worked really closely with DNR since the passage of the Great Maryland Outdoors Act to look at potential opportunity sites, and I know that DNR had to do some work on their side on the way that they handled rental of properties and things like that to kind of get that house in order so that they could then be in a position to assist with that. But we actually have even come up with sort of a short list of properties around the state that would lend themselves well to that so that we could get them into private sector hands. Not private sector hands, that's the wrong way of saying it, but have a private sector partner that could operate a site like that and activate it. So either creating overnight stay opportunities for people who perhaps don't want to camp, creating business opportunities in parks for the types of resources that would be a park amenity. And there are a lot of groups out there that are interested in that. And I think that the foundation conversation dovetails nicely into that as well, because it could provide some flexibility for the department to work with those partners to do that. So we're very interested in it, and there's a lot of partners out there that are interested as well. And so having that flexibility, I think this bill provides a great opportunity for that too.
Yeah, I think this is great. I really applaud what's been happening with your agency. It wasn't too long ago that we were so understaffed, and so we weren't maintaining the parks properly. We didn't have enough people to even keep them open at times. So I'm very, very grateful for all the work you've been doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
Okay, I do not see any further questions for this panel, so thank you all. We will turn to other in-person favorable testimony. Anna Griffith, Potomac Conservancy, and Ann Jones, Partners for Open Space.
Thank you so much. My name is Ann Jones, and I'm with Partners for Open Space. We support many of the provisions of this bill. The department has been working with us, and we have been working with the department. There were several of these amendments directly addressed our concern. So I want to hone in on just one specific portion, and that is the sweep of money from stateside program open space acquisition going into salaries and other needs at the park. We definitely believe that those needs are there, and believe that they should be handled with a form of revenue that is sustainable and that is predictable from years to years. Couple things about program open space. We have, over the years, consistently, there have been times when the money has been reallocated. At least since 2016, we have worked exceedingly hard to then have that money paid back in the future. We understand that the budget goes through tough times, and there's times when you need to move some of that money. But this would take it permanently and in perpetuity, or as long as the legislation lasts. I'm used to dealing with easements where we talk about such things as perpetuity. But it would go on without any end to it. And that is a problem when we still need parkland. And I also want to talk about the amount of money that's there now. I'm going to read numbers, which I hate to do, but it's you have overattainment and underattainment within these funds. There's an estimate at a point of time that says we think X amount is going to come in. Sometimes more money comes in, sometimes less. So in FY24, there was roughly 43% more money than would have just come in that year, because of previous years where they'd underestimated. This year, there's 38% less money. When you're talking about those kind of swings, it's not the best thing to fund staff with. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Anna Mudd, and I'm the Senior Director of Policy at Potomac Conservancy, which is the region's leading clean water advocate, fighting to ensure the Potomac River has clean water, healthy lands, and vibrant communities. The Potomac watershed is under an extraordinary amount of development pressure, and as the population continues to grow in the region, the need for additional parkland will continue to be significant. The ever-increasing cost of land makes program open space all the more critical to the work we all do to protect our natural resources through land conservation. We understand the budget shortfall facing the state and our partners at DNR, but nonprofits like Potomac Conservancy are ready and able to support Maryland with land management. I'll also add that Potomac Conservancy has staff in Richmond, and they're working with partners and legislators in the Virginia General Assembly right now to establish a dedicated funding program just like this one. They recognize the need for what we are fortunate enough to already have. Program Open Space has been an incredibly successful program, and we really don't want to see permanent changes made to this funding structure. I look forward to continuing to work with our partners in land conservation and our partners at DNR to find a solution that works for all of us. Thank you.
Are there any questions for these panelists? Okay, thank you both for being here, and I realize I did not say you were favorable to the amendment when I brought you up, so I apologize for my slight misstatement. We have 3 virtual favorable to the amendment witnesses. We'll start with Bill Crouch, the Conservation Fund.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Bill Crouch, and I am the Maryland State Director for the Conservation Fund, a national 501c3 nonprofit land trust. I'm here to advocate for the market-driven program open space that since 1969 has provided funding to protect Maryland's natural resources. The health and economic benefits of time in nature and visitation to public land cannot be disputed. We saw our parks at full capacity during the COVID pandemic. Development pressures, the cost of land, and the population all continue to grow. House Bill 717 would provide DNR with the discretion to sweep state land acquisition funds greater than $80 million specifically from the state side of the program. It is the state side of the program that provides funding for primarily provides funding for public access. The state side has also borne the brunt of previous funding diversions. The Conservation Fund with the Land Trust community fully understands the need to adequately staff and operate public lands, but limiting the funding with the possibility of future diversions will impair our ability to capitalize on opportunities when they are presented. The Conservation Fund and the Land Trust community as a whole stand ready with untapped capacity to help. From a nationwide perspective, Maryland's program open space is envied as a visionary and innovative market-driven program. We look forward to working with our friends and colleagues at DNR to allow the program to operate as intended. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll turn to Steve Klein with Forever Maryland.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, thank you for the time today, the opportunity to testify. I am Steve Klein, I'm the CEO of the Eastern Shore Land Conservancy and a board member of Forever Maryland. Our organizations partner with the department every day and strongly support DNR being funded for excellence. Given the pressures of this budget, our organizations understand DNR must avail itself of every tool to ensure continued excellent operations. Program open space stateside reserves appear flush because of circumstances that are unlikely to be replicated. As such, the transfer provisions in this bill would appear to provide only a momentary pulse of funding that will generally not be available to the department in a predictable way in the future. So while this is indeed a serviceable short-term solution for staffing needs, this seems to be an imperfect solution to the long-term funding needs of the agency. Our collective organizations of Forever Maryland request that the transfer authorization included in this bill be sunset, perhaps after 3 years. This will permit the transfer to address the near-term needs of the department while providing the space to allow DNR and the stakeholders that Mr. Crouch just mentioned time to work collaboratively to craft a more suitable future for achieving sufficient and sustainable department funding levels, including things like the affiliated foundations that we support strongly. Without a sunset, the $80 million threshold may begin to function like a cap, eroding the purchasing power of program open space. While $80 million may be enough to meet land conservation goals today, there will be a time when it doesn't go as far. So if a sunset is unworkable, our organizations request tying the $80 million threshold to the real estate price index for Maryland in order to make annual adjustments to the transfer threshold that would protect current purchasing power. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll turn to Jessica Lays with MACPRA.
Good afternoon. I'm Jessica Lays, and I'm here today representing the Maryland Association of County Parks and Recreation Administrators, known as MACPRA by many of you. I thank the chairman and the committee for the opportunity to virtually testify today on Bill 717. MACPRA supports House Bill 717 that alters the provisions of law regarding DNR's acquisition of real property and establishing the land and property management program within the department. In addition to the benefits provided by the state park system, this bill, as written, provides additional flexibility to the counties on how program open space funds may be utilized. This is a high priority to county recreation and park professionals. The flexibility better equips counties to address our local needs in acquisition and development projects that enhance the quality of life for the communities that we all serve. To this end, MACPRA would like to continue to work with the staff at DNR on 2 additional amendments or items that would further enhance our abilities as counties to meet those recreational goals. The first would be to remove the $25,000 a year ceiling when it comes to POS acquisition funds to develop their land preservation, parks, and recreation plans. MACRA proposes that the counties be permitted to apply for the full $125,000 of acquisition funds in any given year to support the next LPPIP update. This little change would save a lot of time for the resources at the local government level, but also for DNR staff. Secondly, we would like to have a discussion about amending the language regarding the local match requirements for projects that utilize POS funding. The current law requires the local match of the entire project rather than the match of just the POS funded portion. MACRA proposes that a local match requirement should be applied only to the amount of POS funds that are utilized for any given project. I would also like to recognize the amazing staff at DNR under the leadership of Secretary Kurtz for working with the local Recreation and Parks Department in a collaborative, open dialogue when drafting this bill. It takes all of us to make changes like this successful for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no questions. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 717. We'll now turn to House Bill 397. Delegate Jones, Bidco, Oyster Shucking House Loan Program.
I believe we have Steve McHenry, Chairman, virtually.
Oyster Shucking House Loan Program.
Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee, I come before you today to introduce House Bill 397, Marbibco Oyster Shucking House Loan Program. It was established in 2022 as part of the House Bill 1228. The Maryland Oyster Shucking House Loan Program was established to help finance the cost of eligible seafood processing projects, including a historic oyster shucking facilities, and to facilitate an increase in the amount of oyster shells retained in the state and returned to the bay as obviously for spat and oyster habitat. Unfortunately, despite the sizable number of general inquiries that Marbibco has received over the last 2+ years concerning this program, only one applicant has successfully applied and received loan to this program thus far. This bill makes two changes to the program that are aimed at increasing the usability of previously appropriated funds to support Maryland's oyster industry and the health of the bay. The first change would allow Marbibco to make loans up to $25,000 for each full-time and each seasonal full-time job. Presently, they're only allowed to make loans of $10,000 for each seasonal employee. This change better aligns with the seasonality of these small businesses and will help the program make some projects more feasible, again, for these small businesses. Ultimately, by making this change, smaller businesses seeking funding for projects will be able to actually utilize the fund for its intended purposes. Second change, it reduces the number of years that an applicant must have been a licensed seafood dealer from 5 years down to 3. This change will make it easier for newer businesses to access this funding, especially during the critical early years of a business. As many of us know, those first couple years for small businesses are critical. DNR has no concerns with this change being made, and according to Marbibco, there are 2 prospective applicants, one who has held a seafood dealer license for 3 years and another for nearly 4, who would then become eligible with the passage of this bill. More eligibility means more loans, it will make it expand our seafood harvesting, processing projects, including historic oyster shucking facilities, and its original legislation was intended to do this. It will also help facilitate an increase in the amount of oyster shells retained in Maryland and returned to the bay. In your floor system, you will see favorable testimony from Marbibco, DNR, Royal Maryland Council, and the Chesapeake Bay. And with that, I respectfully urge a favorable report on House Bill 397, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. We'll hear from Mr. McHenry before we take questions. Mr. McHenry, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be before you again this session. And I want to thank very much Delegate Jones for bringing this bill. It's a good bill that will make this program more available to prospective applicants. And just a little bit of history, back in the 22 session, this program was set up as part of the big oyster bill that year, involved oyster restoration concerns, et cetera. And this bill was designed to help smaller oyster shucking houses, including historic shucking houses, get access to funding. And as part of the repayment option, they can return to the state oyster shells that result from those oyster shucking activities. So the delegate did a great job of explaining the two changes in the bill. I do want to commend the DNR Fishery Service. We have worked closely with them in setting up how the return of the shells would happen. And so we do believe that this will provide an opportunity for, again, those smaller businesses that operate often on a seasonal basis to access the funding they need. We've had, as the delegate mentioned, a half dozen or so inquiries from operations needing more funding than we could provide with the $10,000 limitation on the per seasonal job. And also, as the delegate mentioned, we've had 2 prospective applicants that haven't had their seafood dealer's license long enough to be able to apply. With the passage of this bill, both of those 2 entities will be able to apply for loans from us beginning on July 1st. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I am pleased to take any questions.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions on the bill? Okay, that concludes the bill here on House Bill 397. We'll turn to House Bill 407. Delegate Edelson, Environment Municipal Recycling Plans Requirement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, distinguished members of the committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Mark Edelson, here to present HB 407. Colleagues, in 2012, this body passed recycling threshold mandates for counties based on population size. That legislation mandated that counties with a population higher than 150,000 must divert at least 35% of their solid waste through recycling. For counties with a population lower than 150,000, they were mandated to divert at least 20%. HB 407 would look to update those kinds of plans and extend the mandates to the largest municipality in each county for the purpose of increasing the state's waste diversion and ensuring that our local municipalities are positively contributing to our environmental goals. In the spirit of the original law, the recycling threshold should be treated as a floor, and counties are encouraged to divert additional waste if possible. That same line of thinking should apply to municipalities. In Maryland, our 2023 recycling rate was 43%. That is simply not enough. Every pound that we recycle creates a healthier planet for ourselves and future generations. It conserves natural resources, reduces the need for landfills and incinerators, and as you all know, produces less greenhouse gas emissions. Municipalities already recycle, so the question is, why are we doing this? As I said, the original bill was passed over 10 years ago. It's frankly time to update that plan. But in addition, in my research into this bill, my team and I reached out to all of the local municipalities that would be covered to determine if they already recycle, and if they do, how much. Are municipalities currently reaching the threshold we'd look to achieve? The reality is that the answers varied. Some municipalities do, some don't. For example, unfortunately, Ocean City does not have any recycling program. What was more striking is the number of answers we got that indicated that municipalities don't know how much waste they're diverting. Answers like about a truckload a day were quite frequent and struck me as pretty concerning. A cornerstone of progressive environmental policy is the ability to actually measure and evaluate progress. We don't know where we're going if we don't know where we are. This bill would require municipalities to measure their waste and diversion rates in addition to promoting a better understanding of our waste streams around the state. As I said, this bill extends an already existing mandate, and I would urge the committee for a favorable report Just to real quick cut off what I'm sure is going to be a question from Professor Stewart, I understand that there has been some questions about the constitutionality of this bill and the population set-asides that we're doing. I would just note that we have already reached out to our Attorney General for a letter from his team analyzing the constitutionality. As soon as we get that, I'll share it with you all. I'd be happy to debate it, but I'm guessing they know better than both of us. Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, if I can turn it over to my panel.
Actually, before you do that, you said you reached out to the largest municipality in each county?
Yes.
And the answers varied, but you mentioned one in particular that does not recycle. Is that the only one that doesn't recycle?
The only one that we received affirmative information on that does not have sort of any kind of a municipal recycling program was Ocean City.
So you reached out to the largest municipality in 23 counties, and how many did you hear back from, approximately?
We heard back from the majority of them. And like I said, unfortunately, the information that we got wasn't particularly helpful in terms of what their waste diversion was. But the information that we received specifically on the sort of negative was Ocean City.
So only one told you they're not doing any recycling whatsoever?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Let's turn to our friend Leslie. Welcome back to the committee.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Corman and Vice Chair Boyce, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I am Leslie Gray with the Maryland Department of the Environment in support of House Bill 407, managing solid waste and expanding waste diversion programs are critical to Maryland's environmental and public health goals. Effectively recycling systems extend landfill capacity, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and minimize long-term disposal costs. As of calendar year 2022, Maryland had approximately 22 years of available landfill capacity and 39 years of permitted capacity remaining. Without proactive measures to increase waste diversion, the state risks depleting landfill space more quickly, leading to greater reliance on costly out-of-state waste disposal. By requiring municipalities to implement recycling plans, House Bill 407 will extend the lifespan of active landfills and reduce the financial and environmental burdens associated with transporting waste across state lines. Strengthening recycle at the local level will create a more sustainable waste management system and support Maryland's broader environmental and public health objectives. Accordingly, MDE urges a favorable report for House Bill 407. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have a question from Delegate Healy.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I wondered if in your research, when you reached out to the largest municipalities in each county, do you also reach out to the counties as well to ask them how it would impact their programs? Because most of the municipalities that I'm aware of actually use the county's program.
Right. So, no, I mean, the direct question that we asked to try to get a sense of where people are at is, do you currently have a program? What does it look like? Is it curbside? Is it drop-off? And then if you do have a program, what is the amount of waste that you're diverting? And if you're using the county program, what is the percentage that you are diverting? And so, I think that the reality is most of them ultimately would continue to use the county program, but what they would need to know is, to determine is how much are they actually diverting, and if they're hitting the threshold, great, and if they're not, what do they need to do to improve upon that to hit the threshold? Because as I said, we implemented this original legislation excellently back in 2012, and it kicked in 2014, but it's been 10 years, and there's certainly been progress, but there are gaps in that progress, and so what we're trying to do is fill that gaps and continue to increase our percentage.
I just know in Prince George's County, we have more than 20 municipalities, and pretty much all of them use the county. I don't think, there may not be any that actually have their actual own program because they don't need it. And it's working, so why would you want to mess with it?
Well, I mean, it's working means they have recycling versus not having recycling. But within that, there's a range of what is success. And so just because they have a recycling program doesn't mean they're diverting the percentage of waste that we would want them to be diverting. So I think the idea here is certainly they're doing, I hate to sound pejorative in this, but better than Ocean City. But I don't know that that's the standard that we want to be applying.
I just know that most people have more recycling than they have trash in our county.
A great success story. We'd love to see that replicated. Delegate Healy, Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Delegate, thank you for bringing this bill. As you know, I certainly support recycling. Looking at the letter from the city of Gaithersburg and maybe also MML, it sounds like they're saying there may be some operational challenges in implementing the requirements of the Maryland Recycling Act. In your opinion, or maybe MDE could answer this as well, could MDE or the counties themselves help with some of these operational issues?
I mean, I would just say that I fully understand those concerns, and the intent here is not to make it so overly onerous that they couldn't do it. But as you know, you heard some of these concerns back when you implemented the original bill back in 2012, right? When you're trying to do something new like this, some of the feedback you get is the sky is going to fall. And then you implement it and the sky doesn't fall. That being said, certainly I'd be open to ideas of ways to do it that are less onerous on the municipalities, and, you know, having our friends at MDE assist in making that happen, or as Delegate Healy mentioned, maybe, you know, going through the counties that have programs is a successful way to do it. But what we need to know is where are folks at so that we can try to determine how to get them to a better place.
Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate Edelson, for the bill. Thanks to your panel. I'm curious, you may or may not be able to answer this, but I'm very curious how municipalities are measuring the volume of recycling that they gather. I'm also curious to know if there are any best practices out there in other parts of the country for how municipalities can achieve significant increases on their recycling volume. So that's two questions. Sorry, Mr. Chair, if you could.
Yeah. So, you know, in the measurement piece, that was one of the concerning things that we found as we were proceeding down this path, which is that as we were reaching out to municipalities, for the most part, the level of measurement information that we were receiving was like a truck a day. But that doesn't really help us determine exactly where we are municipality-wide and where we need to go. And so that's a challenge. That's a big part of why I'm bringing the bill, which is that we have to know and put plans in place to know where we are so that we can know how to get to the next level. I mean, like, for example, Baltimore City does, and they hired folks to be able to help understand exactly what the level of diversion is and how to get to the next level. It's not necessarily the easiest thing to do, but we have to do these things to know where to go next.
And best practices from other parts of the country we could learn from?
I don't have specific thoughts on that, other than to say that, you know, what we've done with the county programs has been successful, right? We've seen success with that. We are up at 43%, which is a lot better than where we were back in 2012. And so I think for us, it's looking at what has worked in Maryland and how can we continue to expand it and more importantly, fill in the gaps that we're seeing.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for being here and bringing this bill forward. I am just curious, and I may have missed this, is there a way in which you have been able to include or thought about including jurisdictions that may have commissioned forms of government that may not have an actual municipality, but they have town centers and or different seats of government, but they're not incorporated towns? And then also, I'm not sure if you have it, I can't find it, but just curious about the Southern Maryland participation and their response, just curious.
So currently, I would say local government entities that are of a different structure are not incorporated in the bill, but I'd absolutely be open to doing so. You know, my thinking was to take an initial stab at this by focusing really on the largest municipality, because that, you know, in many cases is the one that's going to have the most resources in the county to be able to do this. And so that's really where we wanted to focus our energy. And frankly, some of the assumption was that we would be reaching out to folks and learn, yeah, we already do X amount, and so we would just need to, you know, tweak this or that. Unfortunately, that's not really what we found. Southern Maryland, I mean, you know, just looking through, I'm happy to provide you the information, but you know, for Charles, it's obviously La Plata, and they have curbside, but we didn't get any sort of information on exactly how much there is. So be happy to share the list that I have. I mean, what's that for Calvert? Yeah, I mean, Chesapeake Beach does. It does curbside, but we didn't get details on any particular diversion rates, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you. Just the Ocean City part, maybe kind of think a little bit here about this. So how, if, and maybe there's not a way, but how would you quantify sort of private recycling efforts that are going on? So when you think about Ocean City, right, the actual amount of permanent residents there is really small. It's only a couple thousand actual permanent residents in that town. I think it's like 5,000, maybe a little bit more, but somewhere in there. Feels a lot bigger because there's big buildings there and all that sort of stuff.
7,000.
Is it 7,000? Okay, all right. So I haven't checked all my towns here recently.
That's a good guess.
But but when you think about it on a per capita basis, there is a ton of private recycling efforts that are going on there because of the hotels, because of the condo buildings, all that sort of stuff. So how is there a way to kind of quantify that's going on in a place like Ocean City, or not just Ocean City, anywhere, that's maybe not municipal efforts, but those kinds of efforts that are going on? Because I'm willing to bet it's a lot of pounds that are actually coming out of Ocean City that are recycled, just not by the town itself.
I mean, I know of folks who spend a significant amount of time in Ocean City and have to take their recycling elsewhere in the state just to get it recycled because there's like no options.
Sure.
If the town itself is able to quantify what the actual waste diversion is through private efforts, I think that's certainly something that we'd be willing to consider in the bill, but we don't have any of that information.
And that's fair. And I'm not just thinking, the Ocean City was a part of the discussion, but I bet there's maybe some other data out there. And I don't know how to get to this data, but I'm sure that there could be some to kind of look at the total picture here of what's going on in these areas.
Totally, which is great. I mean, at the end of the day, the key is to be able to understand exactly where we are and then to use that to get to the next level. So if where we are is at a place that would already be compliant with the bill, then great.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you.
I do not see any further questions, so thank you. We have some in-person unfavorable witnesses. Chaz Miller from the Maryland Recycling Network and Tyler Bryce from the Maryland Municipal League.
I would just note, Mr. Chair, I ran into Chaz in the lobby, and I think he had to leave for a family something.
Okay. Thank you for letting us know.
Greetings, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. My name is Tyler Alexis Bryce, and I'm the Manager of Advocacy and Public Affairs, again, at the Maryland Municipal League, where we now represent 161 as of today. So we've been working directly with Chaz, with the Maryland Recycling Network, and we'll be meeting with the sponsor of this bill as well once they get the AG opinion. But our committee feels as if, this bill is unconstitutional by Article 11E of the Constitution, splitting them up by population size. We're willing to work with the sponsor once we get the opinion on how we can, get this bill going and see from there, but from right now, that's the stance, is the constitutionality of the split. And by that, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Would it be simpler if we just made every municipality follow the goals?
Right now, yes.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Any additional questions? Everyone wants to know what the 161st municipality is.
We have Crofton now today.
Cool.
Yeah, so special taxing district, but yeah.
Great, happy Crofton Day. Delegate Huey?
Okay, I came out of municipal government, where I started in Hyattsville. So I wanted to ask you if your members of the Maryland Municipal League have been polled on this, because I know that there's 27 in Prince George's County, and almost all of them use the county plan, and they're pretty successful with it. And so it's a burden on a small town to come up with a whole new plan when they're already doing the job.
Yes.
So are they supportive of this bill?
No.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay, thank you. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 407. We'll turn to House Bill 471. Delegate Chisholm, Agricultural Land and Programs, Scrutinized Entities.
As a side note, Mr. Chair, I would love for Delegate Edelson to do all of my bills because that accent is so cool. I think I might beat my threshold of 0% pass.
We know how much you love South African immigrants now.
That's right. And also very impressive. You were 100% attendance and now you're leaving, which I thought was pretty interesting. Madam Vice Chair, members of ENT, it's good to be back here again. This is a bill that I'm going to present that I presented last year as well. Unfortunately, it didn't make it out of the House, but I don't give up easily. This bill seeks to protect our local farmers, the environment, food security, and national security. For the record, I'm Delegate Brian Chisholm here to present HB 471. This bill prohibits specified individuals and entities associated with certain embargoed countries from purchasing agricultural land in the United States. These will be referred to as the Federal International Traffic in Arms Regulations countries, such as Belarus, Burma, China, Cuba, Iran, North Korea, Syria, Russia, and Venezuela. Most in particular of concern to national security at this point in time is obviously China. It's in the papers, it's in the media every day. The growing trend of China buying U.S. farmland presents various risks, including economic, national security, environmental, and sovereignty concerns. The geopolitical tension in the U.S. between the United States and China has been on the rise due to issues like trade disputes, which we see every day, intellectual property theft, military presence in Asia. Foreign investment in farmland could be seen as another tool in China's broader strategy to increase influence in the United States. China is one of the largest foreign buyers of U.S. farmland, and concerns have been raised that this could be part of a broader effort to ensure food security for China while potentially leveraging U.S. farmland for geopolitical purposes. China owns 192,000 acres of agricultural land in the United States, mostly for production purposes. As of the most recent data, Chinese entities own approximately 2,139 acres of land in Maryland, accounting for 3.5% of the state's total foreign investor-held agricultural land. The primary Chinese investor in Maryland farmland is Walton International Group, which holds around 2,008 acres across Prince George's County and Charles County. The Walton International Group has ties to China and may lead to China having an indirect but significant stake in U.S. food productions. Walton's investments typically focus on large land tracts with an eye on long-term gains, often waiting years to develop the land for real estate purposes or other high-value uses. This means that farmland may not be used for food production, which reduces the nation's self-sufficiency, Maryland's self-sufficiency, and could have implications for food security. There's other Chinese-owned farmland companies that you've heard of, ChemChina, which we've had a lot of problems with. I'm sure this committee has heard of some of the problems we've had for fertilizers and pesticides. They're a major culprit for that. There's also Shanghai International, which is also Smithfield Foods. These entities may or may not be controlled by the Chinese government, but they're often influenced by China's national goals. China's national goals are rarely focused on the environment. While many U.S. farmers adhere to environmental regulations, Chinese entities may have different priorities based on profitability and efficiency, potentially leading to overuse of resources such as water and soil and less regard for local ecosystems. For example, the Smithfield Foods, which I just mentioned, has faced significant environmental scrutiny over its practices in the U.S. due to high greenhouse gas emissions and waste management issues. Food security concerns. With more foreign ownership, the U.S. could lose control over its food supply. China's growing influence in agriculture will give the Chinese government leverage over the U.S. for food production, especially in times of political or economic tension, such as we're in right now. In 2021, experts such as Catherine Bordeaux from the Politico pointed out that agricultural security is a key concern, with some lawmakers advocating for policies to limit foreign acquisition of critical farmland to protect U.S. sovereignty. We also have many national security concerns. Farmland can have strategic importance, particularly near military bases or in vital agricultural zones. Control over this land could be leveraged in future geopolitical conflicts, compromising U.S. national security. In Maryland alone, we have Fort Meade, NSA, Naval Security Facility at Indian Head, Andrews Air Force Base, Aberdeen Proving Ground, Fort Detrick, Camp David, and the Naval Academy. It also has a significant negative impact on our rural communities. It can dig into their tax revenue, their infrastructure development. Large-scale foreign land ownership could lead to a decline in local economic growth and opportunities. What have other states done? North Dakota and Iowa have already enacted stricter laws regarding ownership to 2%. California has implemented additional scrutiny on farmland acquisitions, exploring ways to ensure that the land stays under the control of U.S. citizens and Californians. Montana in 2023 banned foreign entities from owning or leasing agricultural land. Texas has added additional scrutiny. South Dakota has limited foreign ownership from scrutinized countries from buying farmland. Nebraska, Florida, Virginia, and Pennsylvania, and lastly, Kansas. One of the main reasons that Kansas enacted legislation was due to what they called weed farms, where communist-controlled political gangs, such as the Snakeheads and the Chinese Triad gangs, have been trafficking fentanyl through the southern border into farmland owned by China to distribute fentanyl nationally. We all know that fentanyl is a huge problem, and they're using some of our farmland to distribute this throughout the country. I believe strongly that for our own national security, food security, environmental protection, local farmers, and economic security, we too should heed the warnings of the U.S. government, the media, and other states and put these vital safeguards in place. With this, I conclude my presentation and ask for a favorable report. One quick note, Mr. Chairman. There's a favorable amendment from the Delaware Maryland Ag Association, and we did talk prior to the meeting or to the hearing, and I told them that I felt like their amendment we could work out. I had no real objection to it, just a changing of language.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions for the bill sponsor? Delegate Healy.
Much. My question is about, does your bill apply only to like companies or entities that are 100% owned by a foreign government, or does it apply to foreign individuals who happen to live or do business in the United States?
Not individuals, two companies that are tied back to the...
Because the fiscal note says the bill prohibits specified individuals and entities.
Well, if it's specified, if it's an individual from one of these countries that is not a U.S. citizen, then we would definitely not want them to be participating in buying the farmland.
So, for example,
yep.
Are you somebody who has a green card and is working here but happens to be from one of these countries and is here legally and wants to start a business and operate a farm? You want to stop them from doing that?
I would not want to prohibit them from doing that as long as they're not under control of one of these countries.
But that's not what your bill says.
It says, if they're controlled by one of these companies.
What does it mean to be controlled by if they're in the United States?
The way that China works is anybody that they've let out of the country into here is usually controlled at some point. And if we can draw a direct connection between that foreign adversary and that individual, then absolutely we do not want them buying our farmland.
Okay, thank you for answering the question.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Thank you, Delegate Chisholm. I have a question. You mentioned, I think you said, and I think I'm looking at Farm Bureau's testimony as well, is there's 2,008 acres in Maryland from a Chinese investor. Is it just this one group, or is this just many?
The Walton Group, I am aware of on a separate bill. Syngenta does do business in Maryland.
And so of this 2,008 acres, are this working farms? Are these working farm acres, or is it just buying land to have land? Like, help me understand, it's 2,008 acres.
I don't know exactly about those acres for Walton Group. I know that the Walton Group is an investor through Canada. I don't know if they use it for bio research or for farming research or to produce research for fertilizer.
Right, so they could have the land, 40% of our ag land is essentially tenant farmers, they're rented. And so could this be that they're renting land to those who are farmers here, and then the land is just being farmed or watched over, or? Because you say you don't know what's happening on these 2,008 acres just
So you're asking me, is it possible that the Walton Group owns the land, but they're essentially leasing it out to individual? I don't know. I don't want to answer you incorrectly.
And your particular issue is with Chinese investment, although I'm looking at Farm Bureau's letter, and it says 59,627 acres of foreign investor-held agricultural land, as 0.007% of Maryland's total land acreages, are by German investors, Japanese, French, and Canadian. Would this apply to those individuals as well?
No, I think that was just to point out what other type of foreign investors we have in Maryland farmland.
So just so I'm clear, and I didn't fully read your bill, and I do apologize. This would just be Chinese investment.
The U.S. government puts a list together of what's called our international tariffs and arms regulation countries. They're countries that the U.S. government refuses to do trade with, especially on military procurement and the such, because they view them as potential adversaries to our national security. So that's why we use.
And are these people on a list? This Walton Group, are they on a list? This Walton International Group, are they on that list?
They are indirectly tied, so
But they're not on a list.
I'm not certain if they're. Okay. I can pull the list.
Thank you.
Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, as I read this, so this prohibition applies to, excuse me, and I'm quoting from the fiscal note, a non-resident alien who's a citizen of such a country, and that would be the country, these 8 countries on the list. Is that correct?
If they're linked to a country that we view as adversarial.
Well, it specifically says 8 countries that are on this federal international traffic in arms regulations, correct?
Right.
So the countries are Belarus, Burma, in the fiscal note, there's Belarus, Burma, China, Cuba, Iran, North Korea, Syria, and Venezuela. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so Delegate, when a person comes to this country, even if they come legally as an immigrant, they don't automatically become a citizen as soon as they come to this country. And isn't it true that if someone were to come here from China, for example, or Syria, where they were escaping or they wanted to leave, in the case of China, a communist country, like someone close to me in my district did, and came here to this country, they would not come as a citizen, correct? They would be at some point, they would continue to be a citizen of that country until they became a citizen of the United States. Isn't that so?
And that would be outstanding, and then they could buy the farmland.
But they could not own the farmland until they became a citizen. Is that what you're saying?
Until they rejected their home country. Because if we have a Chinese nationalist here that does not want to sever ties with an adversary, then why would we want them to buy critical land next to our critical infrastructures?
But isn't it so, Delegate, that someone who came here may want to reject their country's citizenship, but they can't get citizenship in the United States?
Then they wouldn't have any tie to that adversarial country, and that could be looked at. I don't know how many of these individuals are you talking about that aren't U.S. citizens that are buying up large swaths of farmland in Maryland?
Well, in some cases, people do. I mean, they come here, maybe farming is the only thing they know, and so they want to farm, and they may buy, small parcels of farmland to be able to farm in the United States, and they may have every intention of becoming a citizen. But as you know, isn't it so, Delegate, that that you don't become a citizen overnight. It's a long process to become a citizen of the United States. Isn't that so?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, so I think that this bill, while I understand your intent, may actually not be so good for the United States in the sense that people who want to be here may not be able to own and work farmland, even though they may not be associated with their country. Anyway, thank you.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, thank you for the bill. I think it's an important discussion to have. I did want to ask you about one point that the Farm Bureau raised, and they talked about controlling interest in a company, right? So they in their favorable with amendment testimony, they talked about what if a company is, I don't know, 60% American-owned and 40% with some foreign investors from somewhere else. What are your thoughts on that, and how would your bill conform to that?
I think that's an excellent point on the controlling interest part of it, because that's what we're trying to prohibit. We're trying to prohibit an adversarial country who has controlling interest over an individual or over another company from acquiring our Maryland farmland that we see as a vital component to our own security, our own food security, our own environment.
So in the case of the Walton Group, let's use that one since we've been talking about that. If the Walton Group had 40% of a particular tract of land or a particular company, but the controlling interest was owned by an American company, would you be okay with that? Would you be okay with the amendment that they're suggesting there to that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Do not see any further questions, so Delegate, thank you. We do have another in-person favorable witness, Mimi Schwartz, excuse me. Is she here? Okay, we have a virtual favorable witness, Carla Jones from ALEC. Please go ahead.
Hey, thank you. Hi, I'm Carla Jones, Vice President of the American Legislative Exchange Council Center for International Freedom, and I want to thank you for the invitation to testify on HB 471 on behalf of ALEC, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization of state lawmakers dedicated to the principles of limited government, free markets, and federalism. Preventing the outsized acquisition of U.S. agricultural land by potential adversaries, including but not limited to the People's Republic of China, is warranted, and using the ITAR list as a guide is a sound way to prevent countries of concern from purchasing Maryland's agricultural land. You'll want to monitor U.S. companies with large land holdings acquired by PRC firms. I'm thinking the acquisition of Smithfield, for example, that was referenced by Delegate Chisholm. I do want to emphasize that the threat posed by China is unique and more challenging than many other ITAR embargoed countries, however. Now, the PRC owns just a fraction of U.S. farmland. However, the PRC's American and other overseas ag land acquisition is accelerating, using stockpiling land to address PRC food insecurity. Also, the PRC frequently weaponizes economic relationships. China locked down half the world's grain reserves, driving up global food prices during the Ukraine and COVID food shocks, and during the COVID meat shortage, Smithfield increased exports to China. Maryland will be in good company, as Delegate Chisholm referenced, if this legislation passes, as almost half the 50 states have adopted some kind of restrictions on foreign ag land purchases, including some states that have banned it outright. COVID-19 and Russia's attack against Ukraine revealed how fragile America's international supply chains are, showing us that food security is national security. I'm happy that Maryland, my home state, is working to address these security vulnerabilities, and I look forward to your questions. Also, while you guys were talking, I did look up the definition of non-resident alien, if that would be helpful.
Great, thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for this witness? Delegate Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for joining us virtually, Ms. Jones. One thing I'm still struggling with is, does this apply to U.S. citizens if they are employed by or associated with, for example, the Chinese government?
in order to be a citizen, wouldn't they have to renounce their ties to the People's Republic of China? I mean, I would certainly.
I guess my question is, to be associated with a foreign government, would that extend to like a U.S. citizen, for example, who's received or whose business has received large sums of money from the Chinese government?
I would definitely want CFIUS to look into that.
Yeah. So like if I, for example, ran like a very famous hotel chain, and over like a long period of time, the Chinese government spent millions of dollars at those properties in the United States, but I am a U.S. citizen, do you think this bill would reach me?
It's not agricultural land, so no.
But if I wanted to purchase agricultural land and I was a real estate magnate, and it just so happened that the Chinese government had funneled millions of dollars to me, do you think that would make me a little bit suspect?
Yes, it would.
Okay,
And
thanks very much.
it should.
Appreciate it.
The reason it should is because in states such as Texas, for example, where a very rich, a billionaire PRC citizen who had definite ties to the Chinese Communist Party was purchasing land in Texas adjacent to Laughlin Air Force Base to build a wind farm in one of the few places in Texas that really doesn't have enough wind in order to have a viable wind farm. And they discovered it because a constituent of an ALEC member, Senator Tan Parker, alerted him, and he started digging and looking into it. So that's why you would want this safeguard there.
Okay, we have an additional question from Delegate Ciliberti.
Chairman, I'll vent very quickly. The People's Republic of China statement is one of the biggest frauds in captivity. People have nothing to do with it. It's not a republic. It's just a two-bit communist dictatorship. So I'm just through venting, and that was what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Great, Ciliberti for Congress. Any additional questions? Okay, that concludes Bill hearing House Bill 471. We'll turn to House Bill 650. Delegate Pippy, Maryland Fair and Agricultural Education Promise Act. Yeah, if you have a panel, please bring them up.
We're trying to figure out where to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
All right.
Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, esteemed members of the ENT Committee, Delegate Pippy for the record, in support of House Bill 650. So just a little bit of background. This bill is put forth to support our Maryland Fair and Agricultural Education folks across the state, many of your districts. So historically, over decades, there is a fund that is currently in place called the Racing Revenue Specific Fund. And there's been $1.45 million set aside in that fund to support Maryland Ag and our fairs across the state. The money gets put into that fund from pari-mutuel bets. In other words, when someone does like a horse track betting with a ticket and they're uncashed, all of those remaining uncashed funds go into this fund, and then that gets dispersed for the benefit of our ag community. So what this legislation does is it moves that funding source to the Maryland Lottery Fund. The reason for that is that the Racing Revenue Specific Fund, now with off-track betting, sports betting, digital tickets, has become somewhat of an unreliable source and an unstable fund. And so what this does is it literally just moves the exact same amount, $1.45 million, to the Maryland Lottery Fund so that we continue to honor the promise that we've made to our Maryland ag community. We really wanted to do a bill to support this community without raising taxes, without raising fees, and we thought this was a creative way to address just that. We're proud that it's a bipartisan bill both in the House and the Senate, and we hope that this committee gives us a favorable. And we do have some folks up here from the industry. So,
Frank, he's at the state fair. Go ahead. I'll follow on. Go ahead. He's with me.
Apparently, I'm the next victim. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Mark Feinroth. I'm with the Frank Boston Law Firm. We represent the Maryland Fair. Delighted to be with you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. As Delegate Pippi indicated, this is an attempt to update the source of funding for the state fair and for county fairs. You don't hear me? Not, is that a little better? So as Delegate Pippi indicated, this is an attempt to update the funding source for the state fair and local county fairs that had been receiving important support from the thoroughbred racing community, the pari-mutuel tickets, and because paper tickets are less favored now because digital betting takes place. There aren't the unclaimed bets that once occurred because people would throw their tickets up in the air, disappointed that they had lost the race and realized that they had lost their ticket that might be worth a little something. That funding source is unreliable because of the nature of digital betting these days. So we'll transfer the funding source to the state lottery, and it's essentially the same funding source, the same amount of funding that will go to support the agricultural fairs at the state and local level. And of course, that's an important component of the Maryland economy and the local economies in the individual counties. So we urge your favorable support of the legislation. Thank Delegate Pippi for bringing the legislation, and happy to answer any of your questions. Speak into the microphone.
Good afternoon, Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the ENT Committee. For the record, my name is Tyler Huff. I am the Director of Government Relations for Maryland Farm Bureau. I'm going to take a little different spin on this, not talk about the specifics, talk about why this is important. As a former 4-H member going through Howard County 4-H, currently a 4-H volunteer still active with the county and the state, 4-H, FFA, these shows, these programs are vastly educational and a huge, huge piece for the youth within our state. It opens doors for those that are both from an agriculture background and a non-agriculture background. It teaches life lessons. It gives them learning experience, work experience. It gives them a sense of being able to take care of something more than themselves. So these programs are vital. These programs within the special fund have not been receiving as much funding in certain cases because of the evolution of online gambling. And this is something that we need to continue to work farther on. The Maryland Ag Fair Board supports any show within the entire state that submits for funding. The state fair, which I showed at plenty of years and still show at now, is a vital, vital fair for the entire state to showcase agriculture and the youth's work for the year. And the Maryland Ag Education Foundation does a fantastic job advocating and supporting the ag education within the classroom and continuing to try and grow that and support that and get it into as many school systems as possible. We thank the delegate for the great work on the bill and urge for a favorable report and would gladly answer any questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, Bruce Periano. I'm here on behalf of the Anne Arundel County Fair in very, very strong support of this bill. This bill is not important. It's critical. It is critical. Because as you heard from other people, the funding source for the 4-H and the other fine young people, the children, our children of our state that are growing up, and you want them to grow up right with a good work ethic, with a good sense of values and understanding, the prizes that they get and the awards that they get, the source for that is dwindling, and it's continuing to dwindle. And there's been a problem. Each year it's up and down. And the various fairs, the fairs in our counties, and you all know this, are an incredible fabric of our state. They are really the community, the heart and soul of us as a people, as Marylanders. And the fair needs this stability and reliability on this funding source. This is a very important bill for this committee. I'm so glad it's here, and I'd urge a very favorable support. As Delegate Pippi said, this bill is totally bipartisan. The vice chair is a co-sponsor of this bill, you know, and she bears the name of my grandmother, Regina, and you know, which is why I fell in love with her right away when I met her. But in the Senate side, Senator Hester is the lead sponsor. So please pass this bill. And I thank Delegate Pippi and all the co-sponsors on this. Thank you.
Yep. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I am Frank Boston, and I am here on behalf of the Maryland State Fair and Agricultural Society, and we strongly support this bill. And hats off to Delegate Pippy for coming up with an idea to try to solve the problem. Just a couple of years ago, we were down here, Mr. Bariano and myself, basically begging the Appropriations Committee to figure out a way to come up with funding, and they did. They did. The committee figured out a way to come up with, at that point, roughly the same amount of money so that we can at least get it through another year. But we needed to find a sustaining source. This here is an excellent idea because it's not a revenue increase. It's taking it already from the state lottery fund and transferring it over to the critical needs that have already been articulated by your panel here. The fairs really depend on this money for the critical programming, for the prizes, for the awards, you know, just to make things run smoothly. And so therefore we ask for a favorable vote on this bill. The State Fair has also submitted written testimony for your review, and we stand for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Bariano, you're speaking for John Faber, right? He's not here.
Yes, he, because of the snowstorm, thank you, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. He was going to testify. He's stuck in Florida and couldn't get a plane back to testify.
Yeah. And was Regina your maternal or paternal grandmother?
Excuse me?
Nothing.
No.
Delegate Foley?
It's really my mother's mother, but I did know her. And as I told the delegate when I first met her when she got elected, Regina is my favorite female name.
That's what you call lobby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the record, I think Regina is a beautiful name. So thank you.
It is.
So my question is, I'm looking at the fiscal note, and I commend you for this bill and the way that you have found the funding to do this. And I agree with what you have said about the importance of the projects that are being funded here. But my question is, so there's $145 million that in the lottery are being distributed to the general fund. And as I understand the bill, you're going to tap that money, that $145 million, and put it toward the programs.
Apologize, Delegate.
$1 million.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I misspoke. 1.45 million. Sorry, I'm
I wish
terrible.
it was 140 million.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
We could build new buildings.
1.45 million. Thank you. So the 1.45 million is now. So the lottery has funds that are dedicated to certain programs. Yep. This is just the residual that's put into the general fund. But am I correct in reading that that 1.45 million now is going to reduce the revenue to the general fund, is right? And have you looked at, is there a budgetary impact of that reduction in revenue to the general fund?
Sure. So if you look at page 1 of the fiscal note, it shows that there is kind of a debit and a credit, and the numbers are the same. Exactly. So we're moving essentially 1.45 million from an existing obligation and adding 1.45 million to another obligation. And so there's no increase, right? It should be, in theory, a wash. What has happened is that the current source, it's called the Racing Revenue Specific Fund, is just not a reliable source. It kind of goes up and down based on people not turning in their tickets. There's been some fluctuations there because of off-track betting and sports betting and digital tickets and things of that nature. The Maryland Lottery Fund, what this will also do, as a point to your question, is this would add us to the bottom of the Maryland Lottery Fund, which is a very large fund, $650 million. Matter of fact, this obligation, $1.45 million, makes up 0.2% of that fund, so 0.2%. And it's at the very bottom, so it's the very last. So that fund would have to completely run dry for this not to get any funding source. But it just seems to be a more logical place to be because they also deal with education. So for example, in that fund, they have some special funds for the Maggie McIntosh School Arts Fund, Maryland Humanities Council, Maryland History Day, and the Baltimore City Public School Construction Financing Fund. So we thought this was just a more reliable and more appropriate place for the 1.45 million. But what I think is most important from our perspective is that on that fiscal note, it should be a wash in theory, right? Because there's a credit, of 1.45 million, and then there's a debit of 1.45 million. We're simply moving it from one obligation to another. But to the general fund question is how the lottery fund works is that any money left over from the lottery fund goes into the general fund. And so the reason why they said it's a debit from the general fund is because the residual of that lottery fund, the 650 million, after it pays for a bunch of things, then just the balance of that just goes into the general fund. Whereas the racing revenue specific fund is in another place. It's very wonky and technical, but it's the same pot. At the end of the day, this is somewhat all in the same pot of money. We're just moving from one fund to another.
Okay,
Does
thank
that
you.
help?
That's very helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Delegate Regina T. Boyce.
Mr. Bariano, look what you've done. Thank you, Delegate Pippy. I do want to address the state lottery's letter of information where they essentially said that allocating any additional revenue from the state lottery fund will place the state's AA bond rating at risk of being downgraded. Can you speak to that, or can anyone speak
Absolutely,
to that?
and I'll give you a very specific answer that should help. So that fund, and you notice there's no letters of opposition for this bill. There's a letter of information, which we're talking about. So that fund has $650 million in it. Only between 150 and 250 million of that are set aside for things, and this would add 1.45 million to those set asides. But there's hundreds of millions left over every year. And this bill would only add 0.02% to that fund, so 0.2%. This bill would have zero impact on that fund or any bond rating. Folks, they want their money. They don't want anybody kind of jumping into their pot, so to speak. But as far as any impact on a triple bond rating, there'd be absolutely no impact. 0.2%. They only spend between 150 and 250 million out of 650 million. The rest of that goes right into the general fund. So there is zero risk at it doing anything to any bond rating.
Well, I think it seems like they're trying to maybe protect their risk, and the cause is good. I'm just wondering again, it essentially has some assumptions that adding this allocation of 1.5 million reduces the coverage during further leaving Maryland. They think it leaves them at the risk for their AA bond rating. So if we can flesh that out with them,
sure,
that would make me happy. Thank you.
Happy to. Thank you.
Delegate Celebrity.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's no doubt that I'll speak English in a minute. It's no doubt that it's a very, very good bill. But I've heard it rumored that it has a severe sponsor problem. Would you address that?
Yeah. Well, please don't penalize this bill for the poor sponsor. It's a good bill regardless of the sponsor. Thank you.
Done.
Delegate Healy.
Yeah, I wasn't going to ask, but back and forth just a minute ago. So you believe, Delegate Pippy, that $1.5 million is just a drop in the bucket, and that we all have our favorite causes and we all have our favorite programs that we want to make viable or remain viable, whether it's the blueprint or something else. So if we each put in $1.5 million into the budget, that would be quite a chunk, wouldn't it?
Oh, it's a lot of money. And I mean, 1.45 million is a lot of money, but there's already that obligation for this support now, and so that's why the bill, we're not asking for additional revenue. We're just moving 1.45 obligation to another fund.
So you would be in favor of remaining committed to all our commitments across the budget then, just as we would be on this one?
I mean, look, I might be biased because I represent a more rural district, and we have the Great Frederick Fair, and we're close to other jurisdictions that have wonderful ag communities. I'll leave the wisdom to the Appropriations Committee, but I certainly appreciate every tax dollar, every obligation that the state has. I think we were very sensitive to the current budget crisis and the fiscal situation that our state is in when crafting this legislation. And that's why we didn't ask for any additional revenues or any additional fees or taxes. We wanted to find a creative way to support our ag community. And it's not just in Frederick, it's across the state.
That's what I was going to say.
We have, if you look at what this fund goes to, it supports these programs literally in almost everyone's district. I mean, it's a very widespread thing. But to your point, we should absolutely be very careful with how we spend taxpayer dollars, and that's why this bill was crafted in a way to not add any additional burden to our state's budget situation.
Yeah.
Well, we're looking for places to move money to our highest priorities, so I appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Delegate Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Delegate Pippy, going back to the letter from the lottery, and their letter talks only about the diversion of money over, being transferred. But you've mentioned a couple times that you have an income and an outgoing, which is a wash in a sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this letter really does not reflect the reality of what you're doing. Is you have money coming in here and you have money going out here then.
Yeah, because it's two special funds, right? So the person that is in charge of this special fund is like, hey, we would prefer that 1.45 million not to come out of our fund, put it in somebody else's fund. But, we're just saying this fund is huge. I mean, it's $650 million. This is 0.02% of that. We don't think, although it is, it's real money, it's 1.45 million, but it's not going to disrupt the operations of the state lottery fund. And because it deals with education, ag education, we think it's appropriate to be in that fund for various reasons. But yes, Delegate, to your point, it's moving 1.45 million from this special fund to 1.45 million to this fund. And by the way, the obligations in the other fund goes away. So the bill literally deletes 1.45 million from this special fund and adds 1.45 million to this special fund. And the person who's in control of this special fund is like, hey, why are you adding, this, you're bringing this into our fund? We would, and that seems natural. I don't have an issue with that. It seems like a natural response, right? But that's why I gave you the bigger numbers about the 650 million. There's only 150 to 250 million obligations in there anyways, and the rest of that goes into the general fund. I don't think it's going to be a big issue per Vice Chair Boyce's point, and we can certainly flesh that out, but hopefully that answers your question.
And I think the biggest takeaway is that most jurisdictions, most districts, most counties benefit from this because they all have fairs, and every little fair, especially the smaller ones, depend on this money just to be able to operate.
Yep, I agree with you.
So it's beneficial to a lot of counties.
Thank you.
Yep.
Delegate Otto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is sort of an investment in each of these functions that are money comes from out of this fund, correct? It creates a tourism activity, entertainment activity for these.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, we didn't really.
So I would imagine the sales tax revenue that comes from events that this helps to sort of catalyze is much substantial.
It is. I mean, we've kind of just been talking about the mechanics of like how this would impact our state and our fiscal situation mostly. But obviously, there's a tremendous benefit to supporting our fairs, and then the amount of foot traffic. For example, in Frederick, we get folks from out of state. So we have what I like to call in Frederick is when people come from out of state, spend their money in Frederick, and then get the hell out, right? We like that. So it's, I think it's a good opportunity. And it's ag education for our youth. We mentioned the 4-H here. I mean, think of all the young folks that participate in these fair programs, and then they learn about the showing of the animals and it's the #1 industry in our state, right? And so, I mean, even to the governor's point, we're looking to figure out how to grow our private sector, to support our economy, which obviously generates tax revenue, right? But ag is the #1 industry in our state right now. And I think this bill would complement that, and ultimately the return would be substantial, 100%. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Just want to know we have 2 more witnesses on this bill, 7 bills after it, and 2 subcommittees meeting tonight. So just keep that in mind. Delegate Ziegler? Oh, Delegate Ziegler withdraws her question. Okay. I think that's it for this panel. We have Suzanne Richards virtually from the Maryland Agriculture Education Foundation.
Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of House Bill 650. My name is Suzanne Richards, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland Agricultural Education Foundation. If you've met with me before, you've seen me show my little ag tag nameplate. MAFE is the organization which is dedicated to supporting agricultural education and agricultural literacy, which in turn benefits the agricultural community in Maryland. MAVE programs serve kindergarten through 12th grade and post-secondary audiences, providing hands-on science instruction to 50,000 elementary students annually through our mobile science lab program. We provide professional development for teachers at all grade levels. We provide agricultural information to the public through our mobile showcases, which attend these fairs and shows that we've been talking about. We support and administer the Maryland FFA program for career and leadership development of our agriculture students. We provide grants for school and community gardens. We give scholarships, and we support our Maryland agriculture teachers in our secondary schools and more. Our programs benefit more than 150,000 people directly each year. For many years, MAVE has been able to count on funding through the special fund statute, using it to supplement revenues from the AgTag license plate to support programming. As the use of digital gambling technology has increased, the funding has decreased, and our ability to support programming has been impacted. In addition, as folks have mentioned, our local fairs and shows have benefited from the special fund. More than 1 million Marylanders compete in and visit our fairs and community shows each year, which provides important non-formal education to our communities and boosts local economies, which Delegate Otto has just mentioned. While the number of people who are actively engaged in farming is relatively small, it is now growing thanks to renewed interest and an increasing number of smaller and urban and suburban farms. And whether we're talking about a farm or a farmette, there is a shared need for educational resources to support these businesses, ensure a thriving and safe local food supply, and to protect our land and water. We urge your favorable vote for House Bill 650. Thank you, committee, and thank you, Delegate Pippy and co-sponsors.
Thank you so much. We'll turn to Caitlin Bullock for Future Farmers of America. You have 2 minutes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chair and committee, for allowing me to speak in front of you today. My name is Caitlin Bullock, and I'm the Maryland FFA State Reporter, representing over 2,400 students, members, and the 50 chapters of the Maryland FFA Association across the state. Today, I ask for the committee's support in House Bill 650, ensuring that Maryland's agriculture affairs and education opportunities continue to thrive for generations. Throughout each year, Maryland FFA provides students the opportunity to attend one of our 5 regional leadership conferences and our chapter officer leadership training. Attending these conferences builds strong foundations in students' leadership skills, career readiness, and connections across the state. This year, members who attended regional leadership conferences participated in communication, compromising, and stress management workshops. The Maryland Agriculture Fair Board has been a longtime financial supporter of the Maryland FFA Association, and our funding goes to help our members attend our various leadership conferences. Please refer to our executive director's letter, Please refer to the letter our executive director, Ms. Teresa Shanks, sent for further information about how we at Maryland FFA support House Bill 650. And thank you for your time and consideration, and we urge a favorable support.
Thank you very much. Great job. Any questions? Okay, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 650. We'll turn to House Bill 425. Delegate Morgan, Natural Resources State Boat Act Auctioneers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, illustrious members of this committee. I'll be as fast as I can because I know we all got things to do. The first bill I'm bringing forth today is House Bill 425, which I'd like to have a favorable report on, and I do have a virtual witness out there. Basically, this bill would exempt auctioneers from the requirement to obtain a dealer's license in order to auction a boat in the state of Maryland. During the interim, I heard from many auctioneers whose businesses have been negatively affected by this requirement. Many of these auctioneers only auction a few boats in any year, mostly through estate sales. Notably, the requirement is inconsistent with how auctioneers are treated in other areas of the law. The transportation article includes language specifically exempting auctioneers from the definition of a dealer in the context of buying and selling vehicles. The provisions of the bill are modeled on the exemption auctioneers currently have under the transportation article to make these two sections of the law consistent and allow the professionals to facilitate the sale of these boats at auction without first obtaining a dealer's license. It's important to note this bill applies only if the title does not pass to the auctioneer. It is specifically for situations where the auctioneer is acting as an intermediary to do what otherwise would be a private sale that does not require the seller to be licensed. Currently, if an individual chooses to sell a boat to another person on their own, a dealer's license is not required. However, if that same person decides instead to use an auctioneer to facilitate the sale of the vessel, the auctioneer is required to hold a dealer's license despite never taking possession of the title. This requirement makes it harder for individuals to find an auctioneer willing to auction the boat, as many auctioneers do not want to take the time and spend the money required to obtain a dealer's license to auction only a small number of boats each year. This then increases the risk of these vessels being abandoned, which is a problem, and I know this is a very common problem where boats just get abandoned, left at a dock, and they just sink. I respect a favorable report on HB 425, and thank you very much.
Any questions for the bill sponsor? Okay, you have a virtual witness, favorable, Jeff Hayes. Please go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Jeff Hayes. I'm with Hayes Auctions, and I'm also the board of directors for the Auctioneer Association of the State of Maryland. Let's see. There I am. Hi, my name is Jeff Hayes. I'm with Hayes Auction Services. I'm also a board member for the Auctioneer Association of Maryland. I vote favorable, like this bill to be looked at as favorable. A couple of things that I like to bring up. The boats that we don't sell that go out of state, we're going to like Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, even to Florida, some of the bigger, nicer boats. That just loses income for the state of Maryland because I sell the boat and I make income, which we pay income taxes on that. It also loses the taxes that are taken from DNR when they do the boats and stuff. They sell the taxes on the boat. They also get the fees for titles, the fees for stickers, all that's being missed. That money should stay here in the state of Maryland. One of the other things we see all the time, some of the boats we sell are not in the best of shape, so we sell them boats to people and put them in the hands of people that can do something with them instead of being abandoned, dumped on people's property, just abandoned on the side of the road or wherever you see them. So it helps that in the community. And one of the other things is the DNR right now, we already have a relationship with them. When if you look onto their website, and they'll ask us periodically to help them out when there's a mechanics lien. They ask us for an auctioneer signature on that paper. We do that for them and help them out. We're just asking for a relationship go both ways, where they'll help us out, where we don't have to go through this much trouble to just sell a boat. And like I said, we never put the titles in our name. We're just facilitating the sale between the seller and the buyer. And let's see, it just is a good common sense bill. It makes sense. It stops the money that can stay here in the state of Maryland from leaving the state of Maryland, and to help our state out instead of letting it go to our nearby states. So I said I see it favorable for this bill. And again, I appreciate everybody and thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions, Vice Chair Boyce?
Just one, Mr. Chair, very quick. Thank you so much. You look excited to be there. Cheese.
Always excited to be here.
Okay. I wrote myself a note when I was reading this bill. It's probably a dumb question. But I wrote, can a recovery company also be an auctioneer?
I'd have to have Mr. Hayes answer that.
Most time, no. A recovery company, they ask us all the times. We'll get vehicles from them when we recover from some of the counties. They'll bring them to us. Most recovery companies want to deal with us because they're not set up to do the auctions.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, that concludes the bill hearing on HB 425. HB 446, Delegate Morgan, Commercial Blue and Flathead Catfish, Finfish, Trotline License, Prohibited Regulations.
I'm back again, but this is not going to be Chesapeake China. We're back to our other invasive fish called the catfish. So I'm asking for support on House Bill 446 that allows the holders of commercial finfish trotline licenses for blue and fathead catfish to fish south of the Bay Bridge. I will make a great compliment to DNR. DNR did put in regulations as of this past Monday to open the trot lining for everything south of the Bay Bridge, and I'll try to be a little more specific as we go forward. Both blue catfish and flathead catfish are invasive species, as we well know, which pose a substantial threat to our state's ecosystem. Currently, there are no geographic restrictions on recreational licenses for blue and flathead catfish, and no restrictions on the number that can be caught on any given day recreationally, highlighting the Department of Natural Resources' view of the importance of getting rid of these invasive species in our waterways. As part of the effort to remove these non-native species from our waterways, 2 years ago, legislation was passed to reinstate commercial finfish trotline licenses for blue and flathead catfish, which has been allowed to sunset. However, under present regulations that have been adopted by the department, trot lines cannot be used in the Chesapeake Bay south of the Bay Bridge. Running a trot line is regarded as one of the more effective and efficient means to catch fish at a scale, and according to DNR, they make a great table fare, as we well know. For those unfamiliar, running a trot line entails taking a length of rope, attaching floats at each end, and tying bait at intervals to the rope. You then idle along the rope and you pull your meal out with a net. This is a timeless method originating back from the advent of motor vessels, where the lines would be run in shallow water. An individual on horseback would trot along the line with a net in hand. Trot lines remain the preferred method for commercial crabbing to this day. A similar trot line tradition exists in the Mississippi River Basin, where these fish are also caught the same way. While there's a large population of these catfish north of the Bay Ridge, their population has been increasing in the Potomac and southern Patuxent rivers, as well as other regions of the Bay. The holders of these licenses are critical in their part of efforts to remove these harmful species of fish from the waterways. I do not believe that the current restrictions are consistent with the goal of getting as many of these fish out of our water as possible. It's important to note that the bill does not change anything else in the statute creating a license or any other part of the state law. It does not relieve license holders from their obligation to only catch bluefish and flathead catfish. The bill simply removes the restrictions on where these can be caught. I respect favorable report, please, on HB 446. And there should be a virtual witness out there.
Yep, we have Commissioner Ireland from Calvert County.
Yes,
go
thank
ahead,
you for
sir.
the opportunity. So last year about this time, there were several catfish being caught off of piers anywhere from the Lusby area, Calvert County, all the way up to Deal, which is in Anne Arundel County. When I got word of that, I pulled my gear out of the Patuxent River and I put it in the Chesapeake Bay in the area of Breezy Point. The first night I had about 2,000 pounds of fish. I went to go get bait the next day, and my bait guy said, "Hey, you better be careful." I'm like, "Why is that?" He said, "I believe there's an old law in the books prohibiting what you're doing." So I did the right thing and reached out to a friend of mine from DNR and asked him, was there a law in the books prohibiting this? He said, "I don't know." I said, "Well, if you don't know, how am I supposed to know?" So he did his research, and he called me back about an hour later. He said, "Yes." He said, "Get your gear out of the water now." I said, "Okay, thank you." So I reached out to Senator Bailey and Delegate Morgan at that point in time to try to get a change in the law and regulation. Last year, I caught approximately 30,000 pounds of catfish out of the Patuxent River. I had no idea they were in the bay in the area where I fished until I gave it a shot. The blue catfish, as you know, is an eating machine, folks. They eat crabs, oysters, clams, fish, baby ducks. And I believe out here they were actually feeding on horseshoe crabs, because that was the only thing that I saw out there as far as any type of food source for them would have been. I understand there's a concern about the bycatch in certain areas of the bay. Unfortunately, again, I was only able to fish in this area for 1 day last year, and there was no bycatch. The only thing there was big blue catfish. Like I said, they were 20 to 40 pound fish, which takes a lot daily to keep them going as far as food sources go. Had the opportunity to attend the centennial celebration at Chesapeake Biological Lab 2 weeks ago, and I got talking to one of the biologists there, and the subject of blue catfish came up, as well as rockfish, but rockfish is another subject. But he said that he thought the biggest threat to our rockfish population or striped bass population was indeed the blue catfish. I told him, I showed him a picture actually from the day I'm referring to. Anyhow, please consider opening that area below the Bay Bridge to finfish trot lines, so we can try to remove these blue catfish in an effort to help protect our ecosystem. Again, I think this law is just an old law. Nobody expected these fish to be where they are in this area, and the law hasn't kept up with the location of these fish, and I think that's the major problem here. But thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. We have a question from Vice Chair Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be, look happy. You look so happy. Quick question. I want to just address DNR's information letter as well as Chesapeake Bay Foundation's unfavorable. So one, the DNR pilot that is going to be completed in 2025, November 2025. So let me start by saying, I know what you're trying to do. It's a lot of blue catfish. We should just be catching this stuff, right? There was a concern mentioned that using the trot line would catch more than the blue catfish, and there was a concern that other species that would be taken up. And I just want to hear your thoughts about some of the informational testimony as well as the unfavorable.
I think that from my point of view, the DNR has acted, in a very proactive manner to try to get the fish out, and they're using this pilot program. Todd can probably address that better as a fisherman. I think that anytime you catch fish, regardless, you're going to catch a variety of fish. I think that from the point of view of CBF, if you catch the fish, they're not dead, you can throw the fish back in.
Right.
Todd, am I got that pretty correct?
Absolutely, and the law requires us to use circle hooks. So a circle hook is designed to actually catch the fish in the lip rather than gut hook the fish, which would kill the fish if it was being gut hooked. Occasionally we catch a striped bass while we are blue cat fishing, but it's very rare. Like you might have 1 or 2 a week, but you've got thousands of pounds of blue catfish, and 9 times out of 10, that striped bass is released totally unhurt to swim, to give, have lay eggs or to see another day.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I see no additional questions. That concludes the bill here on House Bill 446. We'll move on to House Bill 480. Delegate Morgan, St. Mary's County, County Plans, Public Sewerage Systems, and Water Supply Systems.
Yeah, this is a technical amendment we're looking at, committee. Basically, the purpose of the bill is to remove old provisions of the law regarding water and sewer systems in St. Mary's County and bring the regulations in line with the rest of the state. The Metropolitan Commission serves over 15,000 people and has specific requirements on sewer planning that are not required in the other Maryland jurisdictions. The commissioners of the Planning Commission must approve any updates and change to water and sewer plans, requiring 2 public hearings, one before the St. Mary's County Commissioners and one before the Planning Commission. Quite frankly, nobody ever shows up for these Planning Commission meetings anyways, so we want to sit there and say, let's get rid of the Planning Commission requirement, stick with the METCOM requirement, and be done and move forward. That be it.
Any questions on this local bill? Okay, thank you. That concludes the bill on House Bill 480. We'll turn to House Bill 452. Delegate Guyton, outdoor lighting, guidance, and use of state funds.
Hi there. May I have the Honorable Mr. Carr join me up here?
All right, and welcome back to the committee, Delegate Carr.
Yes, and then let's see. I think we also have signed up. What do I?
I think this is your crew, Delegate. Sierra Club and Animal Wellness Action?
Wayne, yes.
Yep.
Sorry, I was looking for the name of the organization. I apologize. Hello, committee. Do we need a dance break before we start this one? We're going to make it quick, right? Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, wonderful members of the committee, our new committee member, Dylan. It's nice to be before you today. You have heard this bill before. This year, it is House Bill 452. It's on outdoor lighting standards and use of state funds. Last year, this was Delegate Janelle Wilkins' bill. And if you recall, if you were here, I got really excited about this bill when she presented it. I'm like, oh, that's exactly what my community needs. And so this year she said, would you like to take this bill for me? And I'm thrilled to do so. So what this does is require that Maryland Green Building Council develop standards and update their specifications for outdoor lighting with consideration of the latest information on light pollution, right? Including the color, temperature, and recommendations of the American Medical Association. And I'm not going to go into all the scientific details on this, but I would direct your attention to the testimony letter from Dark Sky America in Maryland that you have in your packet, and they will explain why this is so important, how it can affect human health, but how it also impacts the resiliency of plants and animals as well if they have too much light pollution and it's the wrong temperature. So there are a lot of reasons to do this. I'm going to try to make it short, so I will trust you to do that research and listen to the members of my panel and just ask for a favorable report on House Bill 452, because we know that outdoor lighting, if it's done incorrectly, can have really detrimental effects on wildlife, human sleeping patterns, and energy consumption, which is something that we're all very concerned with right now. Thank you very much. So, do you want to?
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair, good folks of ENT. For the record, I'm Al Carr, volunteer with the Maryland Sierra Club in support of House Bill 452. And you have our written testimony. So in the interest of time, I'm here and available for questions.
Great. I'm Wayne Pacelli. I'm president of Animal Wellness Action from Montgomery County. We want to associate ourselves with this bill and thank everyone for the support for it. Bird populations have declined by 40%. When we had COVID-19, it was incredible to see that bird populations were coming back to our homes and our communities. There are so many human impacts that are kind of imperceptible to us. And these animals give us great joy. They are part of our broader community. And this is one small part of exhibiting leadership to protect our wildlife, along with the other benefits provided from excessive use of outdoor light. Thanks very much.
Great. We do have some questions. Delegate Healy.
Yeah, I just want to ask a simple question. How does this relate to streetlights in neighborhoods?
So the existing law was passed in 2011, and it's for state-funded outdoor lighting. And this bill expands it to parks and trails. So to the extent that there are any street lighting on parks and trails that's funded with state money, then this bill could apply to that.
So does that include program open space? If somebody has a playground or a park that people walk through or whatever?
Well, it has to be state funded. It has to be
program
new lighting. It has to be outdoor lighting.
Program open space is a state fund. So does that mean
if it's on a park or a trail, then this bill could apply.
Okay, I just trying to understand the scope of the bill and the issues with people. Some people are afraid to go where it's dark, and they don't want to walk where it's dark. So I just want to be clear about where this is applying. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I respond also? Thank you. I think that's a really important question, because what these lights do is they provide light. They just provide it in the correct direction, so we're not lighting up the whole sky. So people are not in the dark, but all of the other animals in the trees aren't in the light. So they generally are downlit and lower heat. I mean, I have all this information, but it's quite boring. But I think that the big point that MACO made, if you get to that letter, is they did not oppose this bill, but they actually did write a question. They were concerned about, they were asking for an amendment dealing with outdoor parks, in particular outdoor athletic fields and other gaming facilities. That is already written as an exception into the bill. If we need extra light in those situations, then that's something that can be approved.
Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, I love it when we have agreement on a bill. I know you and I usually do. So this is one where I have a drive, the drive-in, the only drive-in in the state left in Maryland is in my district. It's Benji's Drive-In, and they have significant issues with light pollution around that facility. So this is only though for state areas. It doesn't apply to other commercial properties or anything like that. They've had a lot of challenges with that. And if it doesn't, is this something that maybe in the future we could work on together to look at other commercial properties, like how we're factoring that into the discussion?
You know I welcome working with you on bills. So certainly, maybe we can look at that next year.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay, thank you. That concludes Bill here on House Bill 452. We'll turn to House Bill
Thank you so much. I
494,
appreciate
Delegate
you.
Allen, Recreational Quality for Service Members Act.
All right. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Professor, everybody else, my name is Delegate Nick Allen. I'm here to testify in support of my bill, House Bill 494, the Recreational Equality for Service Members Act. So I think we all remember my very exciting bill last week, House Bill 475, which was the Transportation Equality for Service Members Act. This is pretty much the same exact thing, but within the recreation article. The goal is to unify and simplify the definition of veteran in COMAR. And this bill does not possess a fiscal note, once again, because we're not expanding any of the programs in the recreation article. We are just making sure the definition of veteran is uniform. So I'll leave it there. Thank you all for your time, and I'll answer any questions you have. I urge a favorable report.
Great, thank you, Delegate. Any questions on this bill? Okay, that concludes Bill here on House Bill 494. We'll go to House Bill 513, Delegate Allen, Agriculture, Roosters, Restrictions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, I am Nick Allen. I'm here to testify in support of my bill, House Bill 513. This is yet another bill that does not possess a fiscal note, so I just want to highlight that. This bill is a reintroduction of last year's bill, House Bill 1030, and it limits the number of adult roosters that can be kept to 5 per acre or 25 total. There are exemptions in the bill for educational and agricultural purposes as deemed by the Department of Agriculture. The purpose of this bill, just like last year, is to combat illegal cockfighting, which unfortunately is still a problem across Maryland, believe it or not. This bill will also combat outbreaks of avian influenza, which I think this committee all knows all too well is a constant concern for our state and specifically for our poultry industry. And it's especially important right now when we're combating just such an outbreak. The biggest difference between this year and last year's version is the fiscal note. Last year's bill, due to a miscommunication or just how the fiscal note was written, it was construed to require additional enforcement or inspections by the Department of Ag. But as previously stated, we have no fiscal note because we made clear this can be accomplished through current levels of funding, levels of inspection. And again, like we said last year, the goal here is to give local law enforcement the tools and really a way to show intent when raiding a lot of these unscrupulous cockfighting operations. So in summary, this bill will combat this disgusting inhumane practice, improve the welfare of these animals and all birds in Maryland, again, as we're looking at another avian flu outbreak, and protect one of our most important industries in the state, which is the poultry industry. So I'll leave it there. I thank you all for your time. I have a number of panel members who will be testifying in support, and they can answer a lot of the more scientific or technical questions, but I urge a favorable report, and thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, Delegate Allen. Any questions for the bill sponsor, Delegate Lehman?
For you, Delegate Allen. First of all, thank you for bringing back this bill. It's really important. So was the miscommunication on the fiscal note, was that the reason why the bill, did we vote on this bill? What happened to it?
No, I think we were trying to work it out in subcommittee still last year. We just ran out of time.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the problem, was the fiscal note, and then we got an amendment that kind of, explicitly said that this doesn't require additional inspections by Ag, and by the time we got all that through, we ran out of time.
And then just a quick clarification. So it would be enforced by local governments, and it would, I assume, be largely a complaint-driven system?
I imagine, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have several questions, if you don't mind. My first question would be, how did you come up with the number 5 and the number 25?
This was developed last year. I forget the. Yeah. Can I bring up someone to answer that question, Mr. Chair? Or? Sure. I don't recall the exact origin of it from last year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jennifer Bevan Dangle. I'm with Galley Public Affairs. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Humane Society of the United States. So there has been similar legislation to this that has been done at the local level, primarily in local jurisdictions in California. We modeled off of their language because we thought it was better to keep it somewhat consistent. Those numbers we are flexible on, certainly. We had conversations with Farm Bureau, with individual chicken farmers, and they seemed about right. But we are, again, very happy to refine those if needed.
So I'm still would like to know how you came up with those numbers, other than California, I think you referenced.
Yeah, so we looked at the types of industries that are not breeding for cockfighting, and we really wanted to make sure that that those industries were clearly exempted. So in conversations with different chicken growers across the state, those were the numbers that we kept hearing as far as how many roosters people tend to have. And then, of course, commercial operations are exempt. So the operations that are going to have significantly more birds are already exempt. So it did come out of the conversations with chicken farmers that we would not want to be impacted by the bill. But again, there's room for conversation there.
Because in reading the bill, to me, it seems like you should have two bills, one for cockfighting and one for the number of roosters permitted on people's land. I don't know how you tie the two together and why you would want to involve owners that want to raise chickens. They have no interest in cockfighting. I think the delegate had mentioned about cockfighting as a statewide issue. I have never, in Washington County, Allegheny County, I've never heard anyone talk about cockfights. So also in the bill, you reference the avian flu. And we had a briefing on that here a while back. And it seems to me like you're picking on the roosters. So why would that not, why wouldn't you want your bill to include hens?
Well,
I mean, if you're dealing with avian flu and you say,
Well, so I would say, at least from my perspective, Delegate, again, the legal aspect here, what we're looking for is these are largely underground, unregulated mixing of birds that's how avian flu can be transmitted in these scenarios. Someone who is raising animals in their backyard, registered with the Department of Ag, or someone who's doing this commercially or doing it for educational purposes, they're going to take those steps. I mean, like, we visited a chicken farm last year. The steps that we had to go in just to enter the building were substantial. We had to put clean suits on and step in the little the powder and put the hair nets on, all that stuff. And someone who's doing an already illegal practice of cockfighting and traveling for these purposes, mixing these birds, and again, in these illegal circumstances, they're not going to be as careful with the health of their birds when they're
the people you should be targeting, not the average family that wants to raise chickens. But anyhow, also, does the bill pertain, because we talked about this also, pertain to registered, non-registered flocks, or both? So if I register my flock, am I exempt? I don't know.
So as drafted, the bill applies to registered and unregistered. That's a conversation that we're willing to also have, if it makes sense. The concern, I will say, is that it's very easy to register. There's no inspection tied to that. So we're not sure that that's really going to be a clean amendment, but we're very open to seeing if there's a way forward there.
But the concern is cockfights.
So the concern with this bill is breeding for cockfighting. So this is about game yards. And that is, your confusion, I think, is exactly why this bill is needed, because we are trying to find a way to ensure that individuals who are breeding for very lucrative sport of cockfighting, but smart enough to not have any paraphernalia, not have any fighting pits on property, that we're still able to address what is an illegal activity. So
it's a way for law enforcement to ascribe intent when they raid these facilities. If they don't, like, it's very difficult for them to ascribe intent, like she said, unless there's paraphernalia, or like they literally catch them in the act of staging a cockfight. It's very difficult to ascribe intent. So that's part of the goal here too.
And again, I see it as going after honest people trying to raise some chickens for their children or whatever. And then one last question, if I may. I'm sorry. So you also referenced 25 roosters. per farm regardless of the size of the acreage. I thought I read that in there.
Yeah, it's 5 per acre or 25 total.
Okay, so if I own a farm, 500 acres, just so happens to have 5 homes on that 500 acre plot, and they all want to have some chickens, they're all going to be limited, it sounds to me, if there's 5 homes, to 5 roosters per 100 acres if it's 500 acre farm. So I don't know how, again, that's why I was asking how you came up with the number.
Yeah, I mean, again, like we said, we're flexible on the specific numbers. And again, the intent here is to give law enforcement a tool to go after the operations that are behind the cockfighting. Obviously, like we said, that we're on the side of the roosters. We're not on the side of we're not picking on the roosters.
Well, no, would you consider making it 2 bills? One for the number of roosters and one for the people that are having the cockfights? That would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Delegate Boyce.
Thank you so much. And I had a couple of questions. I do apologize because when I took the bills home this weekend to read them, the fiscal note wasn't out. But how many jurisdictions have permits for backyard chickens? Do you know? So in other words, like Baltimore City allows a permit to have like 4 chickens, and in most cases, roosters aren't allowed. So I guess I'm trying to figure out who has permits across the state, but 2, in most cases, roosters aren't allowed. Isn't that so?
Yeah, I think in you can correct me if I'm wrong.
In general.
I think in jurisdictions that allow those, like the backyard.
Yes.
I think roosters are disallowed under those circumstances.
Frequently in municipal or suburban jurisdiction rules, that's true that the roosters are not allowed. Typically in the county as a whole, or especially counties with more rural areas, the roosters are not specifically precluded. And sometimes it has to do with your zoning. So we're happy to look into that and get a better answer for you. I live in a rural part of Howard, so there's no restrictions or permitting needed on my flock.
Okay, so that's, I guess, one question I would have about, and of course, if you register with your local jurisdiction, you have to register with the state, with MDA, correct?
Yes. So I don't know that it automatically ties, but yes.
It doesn't tie, but you have to do both.
The state has a form of registration in most jurisdictions.
You have to do both. If I register for chickens in my backyard in the city, I also have to register with the state. And that's for everyone?
I think it is true that if your local requires, the state also requires. I just don't know that all locals require, but we can verify that.
No, that wasn't it. But I guess I'd also be curious about, to your point, you're saying in yours where you live, a permit isn't required to have chickens, so you could have chickens and roosters.
Correct.
And so I guess the question would be, why aren't we then requiring local jurisdictions to have a permitting process? So then we could, to the degree that you're saying the intent is to be able to weed out individuals who otherwise would be, quote unquote, breeding roosters for cockfighting.
So the piece in this bill that allows the Department of Agriculture and injunctive relief is really what our local law enforcement partners appreciate about a statewide piece of legislation, because we've heard from sheriffs, we've heard from animal control officers that they need to have Department of Ag as sort of a partner that they can call on, which is why they prefer the statewide approach rather than going county by county.
But as someone who can get a permit in the city, I still have to register with the state. So it's twofold, correct?
Correct.
So I guess what I'm saying is that if each jurisdiction by the state is required to come up with a permitting process to have backyard chickens and then decide whether or not they want to include roosters, then they would have to register with the state to say that they had them. And then if anyone who didn't have it, they would somewhat be the target of maybe individuals who are breeding and then cockfighting.
I definitely understand your suggestion. I think we would be hesitant to take it in that direction, A, because these are very fluid operations. We had a cockfighting case in Hartford that ended up having connections over the border in Pennsylvania. It ended up having...
The same one from last year?
Yes, but we found out more
not a new
recently
one.
that it was tied up in Pennsylvania too. So, the other fear with just doing this on a county by county basis, beyond the time that takes to create a safety net that's statewide, is the fluidity of these operations.
Okay. Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, so I think Baltimore County, you could correct me if I'm wrong here, I think they allow one rooster right now. And so my question is, how would this bill affect, and I don't know what other counties do, but I'm just thinking about Baltimore County, how would this bill affect that circumstance? So like, for instance, my cousin keeps backyard chickens and he has a rooster. Would he now be allowed to have 5 as opposed to 1?
That's a good question.
No, the bill has specific exemption language that says that local laws may be, more or less restrictive. So this is sort of just a cap, but then the local laws are still able to be as developed as they want them to be.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Jacobs.
I was going to save this for subcommittee, but I thought I better do it anyway.
Why not?
Anyhow, I was contacted by someone who raises like show chickens, I guess you would call them. And when they buy them as chicks, they're supposedly sexed the best they can.
Right.
But they're little and you really can't be 100% sure. And he said he got a batch where he buys like 100 at a time. And he got more than 5. He ordered all hens and he got more than 5 roosters, so to speak. What are you supposed to do with them in that scenario?
Well, so he wouldn't be in violation of the law until they're adults for the first thing. So it's not like the minute they hatch, he's in violation of the law. It's only for adult roosters. But in that scenario, I mean, if you want to.
So this is also why I was going to speak to this new language, and so I apologize that I'm out of order. We really did take some of the concerns from this committee very seriously, concerns that you've both raised. And so the sponsor included new language in this year's bill that speaks to how the roosters are maintained. We don't want to use the word housed because it's a bit too kind. But this bill now only applies if you are both violating the number restriction and also housing or maintaining these birds individually, movement constrained through the use of a tether or these small cages. So it is, again, from our conversations with people who raise chickens and my own experience with my chickens, it is not something that we can find evidence of any other breeder, grower, raiser to have them individually housed and maintained, except for these individuals who are breeding for cockfighting, where they have to be housed individually and tethered up because they're being trained to fight. So it was our hope and our belief that that additional language would ensure that individuals like the one you're speaking of, like the concerns that Delegate Baker raised, really would be set aside from any risk of being swept up under this law.
Well, this is just a person who's selling certified fancy chickens, doesn't want to get himself in the jackpot because he would then be violating the law under this bill, under circumstances that weren't from his own. They were, he bought 100 chicks and you couldn't tell. It's not 100% guaranteed they're all going to be raised. So he said, what am I supposed to do? So that's my question, but I'll take it up in subcommittee and finish it. Thank you.
I like the term fancy chicken, though.
Okay, we have a number of favorable witnesses, some of which are already at the table. Jack Breckenridge from Montgomery County Police, Jennifer Bevan-Dangle for the Humane Society, Wayne Pacell for Animal Wellness Action, and Jim Keene. Any of those folks here?
Yeah. I'm here.
Yep.
And then Jim is.
Yeah. Keep in mind, you just spoke for quite a while, Jennifer, so go ahead, Doug.
So I will simply say good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Bevan-Dangle with Galley Public Affairs. Again, understanding that I've already had a chance to speak, I want to stress that language that I just referred to. We did take very seriously this concern about the oops roosters and the oops babies. It is a thing. Sexing chickens is a very imperfect art. And we are very very clear that we don't want somebody who is honestly growing roosters as part of a sort of chicken operation to be swept up in this. Cockfighting has already been dealt with, but the problem that remains is if you cannot find the implements, if you cannot find a fighting pit on site, then there is no action that our sheriffs, that our animal control officers can take to address the situation. And the Humane Society did perform a report looking at sort of map imaging, and that report's in your testimony, that shows that there are suspected game yards in vast parts of the state. And I have to go back now and see if it includes some of the Western Maryland counties. But so this is a statewide issue. These are very fluid operations. They're usually renting. It's often very easy to move. So having a statewide answer is important. We are happy to continue to work around the edges about the numbers, and if we need, parcel instead of property. I think there's a lot of room to make sure that nobody who is, again, keeping roosters as a hobby is caught up. But this issue with game yards where they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars off birds that are being bred to fight, but they're smart enough not to fight them on the property, this bill is a critical missing link for our law enforcement partners in that effort to shut these operations down, and we urge a favorable report, again, with the ability to work with the committee around the edges.
Thank you. Wayne Pacelli again with Animal Wellness Action. In the late 1990s, a colleague of mine indicated that cockfighting was legal in 5 states, that there's a brisk trade to 25 countries. I began to work on the issue and led ballot initiatives because state lawmakers in a number of states would not address the issue of cockfighting. We did ballot measures in Arizona, Missouri, and Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, there were 2.5 million fighting birds in the state and 42 cockfighting arenas. We subsequently banned it in New Mexico and Louisiana, and now it's banned in all the U.S. territories. Even with those prohibitions, and Maryland was the 43rd or 44th state to outlaw cockfighting, so Maryland had a long tradition of cockfighting activities. Even now, USDA says there may be 20 million fighting birds in the United States. They are distinctly housed. There is no confusion about people who have show birds versus laying hens versus broiler birds. These are birds who are individually tethered. They have a cord attached to their legs, or they're housed in a small cage to keep them from one another, because these are breeds like Kelsos, Hatches, and Sweaters that are bred for aggression and must be kept apart. They're trained in a long period called the keep, and during that keep, they're highly aggressive with each other, which is why they're separately housed. So this bill is not just a numerical limit. It is a housing limitation that is distinctly different from any other form. In California, we've worked to pass with many others, animal control and care operations, 20 counties and many of the biggest agricultural counties in the state, Santa Barbara County and Riverside County, San Bernardino County, to address this issue of intent. These are cockfighting birds that are shipped by the hundreds of thousands to Mexico, the Philippines, and other states. It is a multi-billion-dollar industry. In 2022, there was $13.2 billion wagered in the Philippines alone. $13.2 billion. There were 32 people kidnapped and never heard from again because this is organized crime. This is a modest step that is a very safe step to address an enterprise that is a multi-billion-dollar threat to the poultry industry, that is tied to cartels and other crimes, and is a very, very sharply focused bill. I urge your favorable report.
Please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Jim Keene. I'm a veterinarian. I'm from South Dakota. I also have a PhD in infectious diseases. And I've worked as a USDA researcher, faculty at veterinary schools, consultant for Department of Defense on dangerous veterinary pathogens, and I'm currently director of veterinary science for the Center for Humane Economy. I urge the committee to vote yes on HB 513. As was brought up before by my co-panelists here, it's very easy to detect a cockfighting operation based on the breeds of birds. There's about 150,000 across the country. They're hidden, they're hard to see, except maybe with drones or maybe satellites, you can find them. So there's really no, it's not easy, it's not hard to identify these operations because the way they're tethered and the specific breeds. They're basically UFC fighting birds. They have long legs, they're very athletic, they stand upright, their feathers are very stiff. They're not like a fluffy, fancy bird you might otherwise see. So it's easy to detect them. And I've been on I worked on, so as a veterinarian I can say cockfighting is probably worldwide, it's one of the most common ways that serious poultry diseases are spread. And there's two major poultry diseases. One is called avian influenza, or bird flu, which we're dealing with right now. The other one is called exotic Newcastle, or it's got another name now, but they're basically the same, but one can affect people, one only affects birds. So I worked on a huge outbreak of Newcastle disease in California in 2003, millions of birds killed. It was introduced by cockfighting. In 10 of the 15 outbreaks in the US, it's been introduced by people smuggling birds across the border. I was on many farms in South Central LA that were cockfighting farms. They were infected, they were euthanized. Other cockfighters would hide the birds because they were valuable birds, they didn't want them to be killed. So it's basically a poor biosecurity, they're outdoor housing, they mix with birds. Now, in the current bird flu outbreak, there's 155 million birds have died, 800,000 since January in the Delmarva. And we don't know, US doesn't keep track of cockfighting breeding farms that are infected. I'm sure a lot of them have been infected.
Great, thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate you being here. We'll turn to our virtual witnesses. We have Lisa Radoff with Maryland Votes for Animals.
Good evening. I'm looking, okay, I don't know if my video. Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon. Chair Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, members of the Environment and Transportation Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify virtually. I signed up on Monday when I thought there was going to be a big snowstorm. Anyway, my name is Lisa Radoff. I am President and Chairman of Maryland Votes for Animals, here in support of HB 513. I will be brief because you've already heard about cockfighting being illegal in Maryland, that these roosters are different than just your backyard roosters that people are keeping as family pets or for other reasons. These roosters are bred for aggression. They are placed in a pit to fight each other to the death with razor-sharp knives and other kinds of tools and instruments attached to their legs. Birds suffer painful deaths, and then there's a whole gambling industry that's associated with this. So with this, cockfighting is illegal in Maryland, and Marylanders overwhelmingly reject this form of cruelty as a sport and as entertainment. I'll be brief and just finish by saying that this bill, in addition to dealing with the spread of avian flu, as you just heard, it will protect animals, the poultry industry, and communities by cracking down on people who keep and sell these roosters for the sport of cockfighting. In closing, I want to thank Delegate Allen for coming back again with his sponsorship for HB 513 and ask this committee for a favorable report.
Thank you so much. We'll turn to Gail Hansen, Humane Society Veterinary Medical Association.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Gail Hansen. I'm speaking on behalf of the Humane Veterinary Medical Alliance, a national association of veterinary professionals with a focus on animal welfare. We strongly support HB 513 to combat Maryland cockfighting operations. And despite Maryland's strong animal fighting laws, game fowl yard owners in the state illegally raise and sell adult roosters for cockfighting. The birds are usually raised, tethered outside, and sold to cockfighters for hundreds or thousands of dollars. These operations are a risk to Maryland poultry industry. Cockfighters who breed roosters can easily maintain hundreds of birds outside with no vaccinations, regulatory oversight, or protection from wild birds, creating a significant risk of avian disease in Maryland. Avian influenza or bird flu has caused outbreaks in every single state and has affected over 2.5 million commercial and backyard birds in Maryland. Last month, as you know, 4 additional outbreaks of avian flu were confirmed in Maryland. Game fowl may be a further health risk to anyone handling the birds because they are also associated with other infections that can be given to people, including Salmonella, Campylobacter, E. coli, all of which are common in chickens. There's essentially no reason to possess a large number of roosters other than for cockfighting. Also, the sale of game fowl, both domestically and internationally, is often the most profitable aspect of the illegal cockfighting industry. Finally, there's no reason to believe that there will be unintended consequences from this legislation. Commercial poultry operators are exempt, and even though smaller operations could have more than 5 roosters, they would likely be killed before they're adults. And most people are keeping chickens for the eggs. Roosters don't lay eggs, and most of them don't keep them individually, and they don't keep them individually tethered. Also, the legislation does not apply to game birds used for hunting, like pheasants and quail, which are different from game fowl, which are used specifically for cockfighting. HSVMA and I encourage you to help Maryland get rid of the cockfighting business by voting in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll turn to Patty Crankshaw-Quimby, Professional Animal Workers of Maryland.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Boyce, and members of the committee. My name is Patty Crankshaw-Quimby. I'm the Chief Animal Control Officer and Executive Director for Talbot County Animal Control and Talbot Humane. And I'm the President of Professional Animal Workers of Maryland, the state association comprised of animal control agencies and humane societies from every county in the state. We unanimously support and encourage a favorable and speedy report on House Bill 513. I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues have shared today. I just wanted to make sure you understand that this is a tool for law enforcement, for our animal control agencies. We have had nuisance complaints of 80 roosters in a residential area. We've had the arrest and conviction of those holding over 100 birds. The breeding of these animals is a crime, and we are having problems with bringing these people to justice and being able to protect these animals. We've talked about avian flu, the unregulated use of these animals, the billions of dollars involved in breeding such animals. We see this bill as a tool in preventing cockfighting at its core, which is the breeder, and protecting other Maryland flocks. Professional Animal Workers of Maryland believes passing HB 513 is a valuable tool in our work to save and protect animals and the people of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Turn to Joy Wilson, also Professional Animal Workers of Maryland.
Hi, how are you? I'm Joy Wilson, and I'm actually going to speak on behalf of the other animal control officers for the state of Maryland. As a professional of doing this for over 25 years, it is very easy for those of us who have been trained to actually know exactly what it is that we're looking for when we step into the field and actually witness one of these game yards, as so to speak. The other panelists have already spoke about the different challenges that we have when it comes to trying to prosecute. This does not affect anybody who wants to maintain animals as pets or for eggs. This is specifically against those who are tethering and maintaining these animals in a inhumane fashion. And just like Jennifer previously said, there is really nothing to really say that is humane about the housing of these animals. They are tethered, kept in very small cages, or during their keep are kept in complete darkness. When they are tethered, they are kept very close to one another so that it raises that aggression, even though they can't reach one another. This is not how our normal citizens that want to maintain backyard flocks or other types of chickens on their property, they're not going to maintain their animals this way. I am in favor of House Bill 513. I am asking for a favorable outcome on this. And again, I'd like to reassure you as an animal control officer, when stepping onto a property, we do know what we're looking for. I appreciate everybody's time and thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you very much. We'll turn to Dr. Tom Poole. Dr. Poole, are you with us?
Oh, here it goes.
Sorry, I was unmuted, but I've been muted by the host. Anyway, I hope you can hear me now. I'm Dr. Tom Poole. I'm the Senior Veterinarian for Animal Wellness Action. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to speak. We are very strongly in support of 513, and I hope it'll serve as a model for other states because it's really a beautiful piece of legislation, in my opinion. It very elegantly focuses on just the people that we want to get. I commanded the U.S. Army Veterinary Command, and it's a worldwide tri-service command, and in that role, I traveled around the world and got to see the ravages of cockfighting. And I also served as the territorial veterinarian for Guam. And in my last 4 years in that job, we imported more than 12,000 fighting birds from the United States. Now, I refused to sign off on any of those import permits, but they were imported anyway, which shows you the power, the money behind all of this. And that's why cockfighting still survives today in the United States with millions of birds, because of the difficulties in enforcement. And most of these are occurring in rural areas, and as you've heard, they're secret and hard to find, and it ends up falling to usually sheriffs and deputies to try to go into these events where you have hundreds of really dangerous, depraved people, and there's no other way to describe them, that are there, and expect them to go and where they're outnumbered and try to do something about that. The beauty of this is that this cuts the heart out of that. The economic heart of cockfighting is those roosters, and this is not going to impact legitimate raisers of poultry at all. So I hope you'll favorably consider this. We really need this badly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I do not see any further questions. That concludes the bill here on House Bill 513. We'll turn to our last bill of the day, House Bill 530. Delegate Stein, Maryland Forestry Education Fund Mandatory Funding Extension. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hello, Delegate Allen. Good job, buddy. Hello, Dana.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members, this is the last bill, and also it's a bill you heard 2 years ago, so I will be brief. Back in 2023, we established the Maryland Forestry Education Fund with an annual appropriation of $250,000 for a 2-year period. This would extend the fund through 2031. Having healthy forests is very important to our environmental goals, many environmental goals. Forestry outreach and education used to be a function of the Forest Service, but 25 years ago when the Forest Service was downside, that they stopped performing that function. So this bill would provide funding to the Maryland Forestry Foundation to do that education and outreach. As the bill says, the foundation would provide training and education to forest landowners, district forestry boards, and local governments to make sure they're well briefed on everything from healthy forest management to urban forestry. I should note that last year's BRFA did cut out this funding, and this year's BRFA proposes to do the same, but nonetheless, we believe that this is a very important program to have. So with that, urge a favorable report and turn things over to Gary.
Thank you very much, Dana, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Gary Allen. I'm the president of the Maryland Forestry Foundation. I'll also try to be very brief. First, however, I just want to thank this gentleman to my right for his persistent and consistent leadership on forestry-related issues before the General Assembly throughout his entire service as a career delegate. Having said that, I want to call your attention in the written testimony already submitted to the fact that a previous state forester in the last administration is one of the foremost supporters of this. He recognized both the need for and the lack of capacity of the Forest Service to provide this. We've asked for an extension of this bill. It was unanimously passed by this committee 2 years ago. It was virtually unanimously passed by the legislature. We passed it in both houses of the legislature unanimously. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to launch the bill because of intervening fiscal issues that have arisen since then. You might say, why do we want to extend it not just 2 more years like we compromised on the first round, but all through 2031? That's because that's coterminous with the 5 million trees bill. And obviously one of the most important aspects of forestry education is trying to help our citizens better understand the benefits and values of ecological services, of preserving and protecting and ultimately expanding forest lands here in Maryland. Ultimately, this bill is to help us provide education for forestry boards, which is the institution you guys created in 1943, 80 years ago plus, and they've never had a state appropriation. And yet ag, as you may have heard just in previous testimony before this committee just a few minutes ago, has an educational foundation designed to help Marylanders understand the value of agriculture. Isn't it time we did the same thing for forestry in Maryland? Thank you very much. I'm open to any questions you might have.
Thank you. I do not see any questions. There was another witness signed up, Mike Hunninghake from Sustainable Maryland. I'm not sure if he's still here. Nope, okay. Since there's no one behind you, I'm guessing he's not here.
I hope he can sign in.
All right, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 530. Subcommittee announcements. Chair Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Housing and Real Property will meet at 5:15. 5:15. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Chair Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Environment Subcommittee will meet virtually at 6 p.m.
Okay, I do not see any other announcements. So with that, get to your subcommittees. Thanks, everybody.